are live. Hello, everyone. Glad that you all could come. And here it begins. Alright, so tonight, I'm going to be discussing things about the food shortages, some of the alien conspiracy theories, again, to see y'all's thoughts on that, and other theories, other conspiracy theories as well. And you all could comment and say what you would like, and the calls will be open soon. And now, I'm going to talk about the food crisis, but we could go back and forth between different topics. So, there is a food crisis going on in general in recent times. There has been a lot of issues with the farms and the different crops and things, as I've discussed before. And it's very important for people to stock up and garden on their own if they can. And sometimes people may not be able to always do that, but it's best to do. And I've seen recently that Walmart and different places may not have the best food. Things are getting overpriced. So it's something to take into consideration, because if the food is controlled, they control the people. And on here, we like to talk about different conspiracies, and this is one that's definitely affecting everyone right now that needs to be brought up. And I think that with a lot of the economic issues and the bad policies that have been made, it's caused this, to happen. And you all could tell me y'all's thoughts about this, about the food shortages. Have you all seen anything different? Has there been less food in stores? Has there been problems? And these are just articles of different things. I'm not mentioning anything exactly specific, but the farmers are being attacked because of China and different places that are trying to infiltrate the United States food. Exactly, stranded life form. Control the food, control the people. And I remember over in Europe, during the different political uprisings and stuff, they seized the farmers' stuff. They seized all their things for the collectivist farming and whatnot, and that's what they're trying to do here. And I think that a lot of people have their heads in the sand. So what that means is, like an ostrich has its head in the sand, and too many people have their heads in the sand. In stranded life form, I definitely agree, and that's what I think about that. And now I will talk about some alien theories. Now, this is some pictures of different books and things that people have talked about the lizard aliens, and I will bounce back and forth between different topics. And so this is the lizard people. They also, this is in a lot of conspiracy theories, and this could have to do with demonic aliens in my opinion. And correct, Mary Cherry, the egg shortages are intentional. I agree. And also the baby formula is very suspicious. And although I do talk about aliens a lot, like I am at the moment, I do think that a big problem is the alien politicians and the people that we have in there. And they are the ones that are very, very bad. They're making these policies, and they are like aliens themselves. And there's conspiracy theories also. I'll tie all this together. That some theories suggest that the demons, some of the, or they try to masquerade as aliens, are influencing people, the leaders of the worlds. This is where these lizard alien conspiracy comes from. So you could say that the reptilian people are don't want us to have food. And going back to the food for a second, going back to eggs. So going back to the other topic about the food, recently egg prices have gone up. Also, and eggs are very healthy, and in one of my videos I have discussed about how there's something in the eggs that help you with COVID. And I strongly believe that they don't want people to eat healthy food. For instance, a lot of the food that is very healthy for you is very expensive. And another thing about aliens from a Twilight Zone episode, there is these aliens came to Earth and they're very friendly and they wanted people to go into their spaceship. And what happened was, eventually it was a trap, and the aliens wanted to use the people as food. And in a similar way, our politicians and people up there, they act like the aliens from those shows, and they want to control our food, and they present something like they do a trap, and they bring people in and they raise all the prices. Because right now, all the farmers and people and the manufacturers of the food are profiting from this. Yes, the egg yolk. Definitely. And notice how a lot of things have been promoted in a negative way. A lot of bad habits and have been forced, say like on the black community, they like to put a lot of cigarette stores everywhere because they don't want people to be healthy. Yes, how to serve man. Yes. And good job. And so basically what they're doing is they're doing all this mass manipulation to try to trick the people and into doing bad things, unhealthy habits in the media. You can see it. You can see the decay of our culture and our people, and through the food. They want people to eat things that are not good for them. And you see, I think that eggs are very good for health. And it's good to have a good hormone balance. And a lot of people want to go and not think about what they're doing when they vote for a policy or they buy something from the store. Like, say people see an ad. Like, if I show you this Patrick water, you know it's good. And you'd want to drink the Patrick water. And ads everywhere. They advertise bad food, and they make the good food expensive. And I think everybody can agree on that. And the same people that censor information about a potential 10th planet that may exist out there that could collide with Earth at some point or go into our orbit, they don't want people to know about these things. It's the same people that are controlling the food. Same people that are causing these problems and having alliances with foreign countries against us. So all the conspiracy theories are connected with the food and all those different things. And recently, you know, I have grown nice corn and things in my yard I'm very blessed to have. And I think some of you were telling me that you all weren't able to grow food, and I understand. That's understood. But I do think that another thing I think is they want people to not be able to grow their own stuff. Because they don't want people to be self-reliant in doing those things. They want to make sure people are living in conditions where they're not able to have a garden, so they could be more reliant on the grocery stores. Like a city, say, is designed a certain way to keep you in the matrix, so to speak. And the other people in other places where you could have more land to grow stuff is more frowned upon because they don't want people being independent. It's all tied together. Think of it this way. Think of it like a spider web. And everything is connected together, like the aliens, the food shortages, it's all connected to one thing, one group of people that are not wanting people to have their freedoms and food and things like that. Exactly. Stranded life form. Exactly. There you go. They want to make the fresh food, the fresh veggies and fruits, very expensive, and the unhealthy things cheaper. Right. Right, because they people want to save money and they have inflation. So as you all know, inflation is this thing where everything goes up really high, so it makes it even harder for people to afford things. And also with TV shows, again, back to the TV shows and movies, behavior, people to be more stressed and anxious. And I don't tell you all these things to be anxious or stressed. A good point in health is to do everything you can to not be overstressed. It's best to be as cool as possible. And so a combination of those things, like raising cortisol too high, it'll cause people to have problems. And I'm friends with many farmers. I ran ads about this farming crisis and did these like surveys all over YouTube. And people were telling me about how in different countries and in this country, there are farm burnings, there's cattle getting killed, and it's very terrible. And the news doesn't talk about that. They don't talk about the potential alien problem, or the AI issue that I was bringing up in the last stream, because with the AI, there's this robot, I'll show it in a moment, soon, and it doesn't like humans, and it's very advanced, and it's built like a Terminator, and it's all linked together, and they want to influence all these different behaviors. And I think it's interesting how they want to limit baby food, how they want to censor that, because children need to eat and get the right nutritions and stuff, and they want to kill off the young. That's why they influence young people in those communist countries, and that's why the communist countries are influencing this country, the Chinese are influencing this one with the food. And a lot of the food, the farmers tell me, some of it's coming from China over here, and they're bringing their food over there. And a lot of farmers I know, shout out to them, they will not sell out. And they advise me to advise all of you about this, people from different parts of the country and the world, about this situation. And it's good to see through the nonsense, and I think all these political agendas all have to do with money. That's all they care about. Anything they support or do, it has to do with money and filling their pockets. They don't care about anything else. They're not being entrepreneurs or people like, say, Steve Jobs wanted to make a computer and do something he loved. These other people want to do things to people and control them in bad ways. Good question, Stranded Life Form. Stranded Life Form has a very good question. I'll tell you about that. So on here, and farmers that I know, on different parts of the country, and also the world, my global farming squad has told me that the chicken feed has something in it, that it could have something in it, where, as you just said, Stranded Life Form, that it's causing chickens to lay less eggs. They don't want them laying eggs, and that is true. It's in the food. They're putting things in it that's causing the chickens a problem. That's very true. They they have hate for the chickens and they have hate for the eggs. That's one of the things they told me. Different sources, people in different parts of the country, people getting information from Europe and different places. It's a global thing, and it has to do with the destabilization of the country. And just like with the different alien species and things we know about from the movies, and I think movies echo stuff from reality, so I could explain. So I've talked to some of you about this, but in Hollywood, they will have movies, but they are red pilled or hints about what's really going on. And I'm sure if there was going to be some alien invasion, they wouldn't want people to, or if it's not a direct invasion like we think, it would be some psychological thing or here and there that they wouldn't want people to be weak, stressed, and unable to fight. And more, the thing that we would worry about also, as well as a land invasion, people trying to come through and take our country from within. And I do believe the extraterrestrials could be also an issue. And some of you I've talked to and did surveys that they just may be other life forms or mad scientists. So about the aliens, I will click over here for a moment. And also, yes, Mary Cherry, I'm in one corner. That's how it's set up. And also, with these, these aliens, some of us have talked about this and how some people believe in the thing that I did, the survey, that they could be other life forms. They did one, they could be mad scientists, and these different things. And I'm just going to say that a lot of people that had alien experiences or abduction experiences really didn't enjoy it, and they were experimented on like mad scientists. And in my opinion, I believe that there are other life forms out there, but I do believe some of the stuff we see could be aliens from the fallen angels that are masquerading as angels. I mean, as aliens. And maybe both are true. That's what I think. And another theory that I'll tell is that the aliens, not the aliens, that basically with these foods, I think it's best to have non-GMO. And they want to do experiments and things to vegetables to cause them problems. Like from the art of war, they want people to be like the Streisand, I think it's called, in the Chung Mountains. It's like this snake, and it has a backside that has like spikes on it. In the front, it'll bite you. So they're gonna put stuff in the vegetable specifically. They're going to do this with red china. They're going to do that and this and the other thing. Attack the enemy from different angles. But as long as you know yourself and the enemy, there's nothing to worry about. And yeah, so I think I was saying last time, and some of you weren't here, about the aliens, that some of them are fallen angels trying to masquerade as aliens. And another conspiracy theory that I've heard of is that there's going to be these projectors that are going to project a false alien invasion to get people to support a new world order. And you all could tell me what you think about that in the chat, if y'all heard of that one. I do believe the aliens are there, or the aliens will work with them to bring it in, because the Bible says the sons of God were given domain over the earth and they'll influence world leaders, so I think they're working together. And you wouldn't want people you're trying to oppress to have food if you're an alien or if you're a human. You wouldn't want that. And they've been attacking this country since a long time ago, blaming different groups for things. And I will say, people in this country are worried about all kinds of different things, but about silly things, about who's this and who's that, or what their ancestors did. But the most important thing is this food crisis, because if we're all divided, it's not going to work out. And and you all could tell me your thoughts about if you've heard of the government conspiracy of aliens that are going to come. They're going to have a fake alien invasion and bring in a new world order. If y'all heard of that one. Let's see. And also, another thing we were talking about last time was, and as I said, you all could go back and forth, and I could change the topic as we go. But another thing that I was talking about was time travel. So, shout out to Dark Meta. He may come here later. I don't think he's here right now. So, basically, there's this concept of time travel, and we don't think that time travel is real because we're talking about the Mandela effect. So, like, you'll see something like Curious George with a tail, that he doesn't have a tail, and that they thought some time travelers were messing with it. And I saw something yesterday about this Ukrainian time traveler, and he went to 2050 and he went to 2006, but they have no recordings of the camera or anything like that. But it is in another country with a different language and an internet and group, so we couldn't find anything over here. But I don't really think that time travel is possible, but you all could tell me in the chat if you all think that or not. And do you all think that the robots present a threat? Because I think that it needs to be stopped. Personally. And also soon I'll open up the calls. See if we have anybody wanting to call in and talk about these different things. Do that soon. Yes, Mary Jerry. I see. Understood. And yes, I will see about opening up the calls. Let's see. See if anybody wants to come through. Yeah, so what do you all think about, you could talk about anything you'd like. You talk about the aliens, what your thoughts on the alien conspiracies are. If you think that they are mad scientists, or are they something evil, are they fallen angels or not? I would like to hear thoughts about that, or the food crisis, the food shortage, and I'll get to more as we go on, but right now I'll have the calls open as an option. Yes, Mary Cherry, I do agree about the time travel. I don't think it's a thing, no. Because Dark Meta was talking about that the other day, about how time travel can't really work. You're here. You can't do that. So the Mandela effect, it's some kind of a thing that a mass mind control, maybe some technology, some malwares, extreme malwares doing something, some mass brainwashing. It could be a couple of things, because I'll touch more on the Mandela effect, but I'm opening up the calls if anybody wants to come through and say something about anything I'm talking about at the moment. And then I'll go back into the other conspiracy theories that I had on deck. Alright. See for a little bit, a moment, and then but you all could call it in at any time. I'll put the number in the chat if anybody was interested, because I'm about to go to another page where it doesn't have the number. Alright, and yeah, so I do think it's all true that they rigged the price of the food to give people less healthy food. I believe that they're all working together to try to bring our society down. Definitely. Alright. Now, wrong one. Okay. So we talked about time travel, and I'll go back to the Mandela effect. So now the Mandela effect is basically this concept, which I talked about in the last stream, but it was much later, that there's a situation going on in recent years where people remember a logo or a character and it doesn't go the way that people thought. And it wasn't what we really thought it was. So the reason why time travel has been brought up is because of this concept that somebody went into the future and moved something and then it destroyed the time continuum. Dark Meta and I discussed it last time, and we don't think that time travel is possible. We believe that it's likely that somebody is doing some kind of mass mind control, some kind of malware, an advanced malware that's convincing people of these things. Something like that is going on. And I think, that is very possible. But there is some mystery going on. We don't really know what that is. And for people that were here last time, they have some people that weren't here the other day. So I'm just reviewing the topics again to see if they want to comment on what's going on. And anybody could bring up any topic and I could talk about it. It's all good. So, logos are slightly different. And, like, Pikachu's tail is not really Pikachu's tail. It's like a different color, and we all don't remember it correctly. And you all in the chat if you've seen this before, you saw me doing this before, you could comment again. Or if you didn't see this before, if you won't have anything to say about it, feel free to either call in or tell me in the chat what your thoughts are. Alright. We have this one. And just basically those things. So that explains the Mandela effect and the problems that are going on with that, and I have to move the screen over. Alright. Move the screen over, and then we're back. Yeah, so basically I'm talking about I talked about this before, but I'm talking about it again with these different thoughts on the Mandela effect. If anybody has opinions on it, so basically, I don't think it's time travel, but you all could tell me if you think it's time travel or not. Dark Meta and I talked about it, as I said a moment ago. There might be some new people that didn't see this exact thing I'm saying, so just the logos are different. Things are changing. There's food shortages, there's economic crisis, there's debt ceilings, there's all these things coming out about the aliens and the different species, which are apparent different species of alien I can get to in a moment. But basically, and have you all noticed this? Have you seen logos that you thought, like Fruit Loops, do you remember it that way and it was another way? I'd like to know y'all's thoughts about that. Like Fruit of the Loom, like it just changed. Like there's some witchcraft going on or something. Speaking of witchcraft, that has to do with a lot of conspiracies with the occult and aliens. Like they've seen aliens and stuff, so that's why I think some of the aliens, maybe not all of them, are associated with bad things. Now there are different, going back to the alien thing for a second, and as I said in chat, you all could go back and forth. Feel free to call in the numbers in the chat if you all want to chime in. So this is one of the races, not the Greys, but the lizard aliens. this is one of the alien species. You've heard a lot about lizard aliens running the world and things like that. So this is where that comes from. The Bible talks about the devil being a serpent person. And this is partially where that comes from, and people have digged into information that there were these lizard aliens and them influencing people to do bad things, and they like hot climates and stuff. And I know this all sounds, to some people that wouldn't be aliens like us, they would think it's science fiction, but as time has progressed, more things have come out that there's something there. You see my videos on the channel, there is definitely something going on they're not telling us. So it has to do with people being influenced by demonic forces. So the conspiracy theories were suggesting some alien was influencing people, the politicians and leaders, to be bad or to do bad things, and it goes back to it being a demonic force that's trying to influence them to do bad things. And they were serpentine, and people have had near-death experiences of hell, and they saw the serpent people. And so that is a species, because our friend Dark Meta wasn't sure about the different alien species, but one of them is the Greys, is the lizard aliens, and a couple of humanoid ones. And this is, I'm just telling you the ones that I've heard about. Let's see if I could find this one. And how the Greys and the lizard aliens are linked together. So there's conspiracies that I remember when I was researching this when I was very young about the lizard aliens, is that they have the Greys as a workforce. So the Greys are like AI or robot technology that the lizard aliens have, and they wanted to influence, they want to use the Greys to do very intelligent things and scientific things, and it was like a workforce. And they look kind of like bees or ants. That's what they're kind of like. So people want to know about the different conspiracies of aliens that I've heard of. The Greys and the lizard aliens work together. And there's other humanoid ones out there, and there's another alien species called the Whites. It's like these tall, slimmer, gray alien. And a lot of these spaceships and things you see flying around are the Greys. And that's why I think they're the fallen angels, because they came to people as gods, and then now they appear as aliens to cause more deception, and maybe they have other life forms out there that aren't aliens, that aren't real aliens from some other planet. They're not just a delusion. And I want to know in chat if you all heard of something called interdimensional, and I'll repeat myself again, people that weren't here, I'm just reviewing the content from before to see if you all want to be involved in the discussion about the aliens. See, looks like a hybrid between a lizard alien and a gray alien. And remember, stranded life form, if you're still here, we were talking about the different heads. Let's talk about the Easter Island heads. So on Easter Island, there are these aliens that had long heads. I was looking at another window for a second. They had these long heads, and these people on this island built these things on the island without any cranes, without any tractors. And alright, stranded life form. Alright. And bringing up what we were talking about, how they have these Easter Island heads. And yes, tiki statues, Mary Cherry. Tiki statues. And these things were built without any kind of modern technology or anything, which is incredible. How on this little island in the middle of the nowhere, these primitive people were able to build this, and they have these elongated heads like I do. Well, it's not as big as mine technically, but like they like the big heads. And I think right here I have one right here. You see, right here. This is one I happen to have here. So, the Easter Island heads, the aliens are believed to have elongated skulls. And Stranded Lifeform and I were talking about how the babies, they were, in these different cultures, they would tie the heads as they grew so they could resemble their gods, to give the gods honor. And a lot of the aliens look similar to that. So I believe that these people had some extra help from some extraterrestrials or fallen angels or whatever to build these island heads. And I wonder what they were for. I wonder why they wanted them built. All this that's going on. They're just all over the place. And the pyramids are another one, and how they have pyramids in South America, and they have pyramids over in Egypt. In two different parts of the planet, and this is the place on a map of the Pacific Ocean. And you can see that they're in the middle, they're secluded in the middle of nowhere, and they somehow figured out how to do all this when we can't even do any of this without cranes or anything like that. It's marvelous. And how they have those heads. And it looks very similar to their heads. And this is the most popular one. The reason why the Greys are the most popular alien is because that they are the ones doing the abducting for the lizard aliens. Alright. It's interesting. Stranded Lifeform. Good point. And see how this head's very similar to the gods, how it's similar to all those different things, how they all have these elongated skulls. And interesting, they're all facing the same direction. Back on the other page. Yeah, they're all facing the same direction. And to be able to articulate and to be able to put that together and to position all those things, that's very marvelous. And I'm glad you pointed that out, Stranded Lifeform. Shout out to you. Very good. And let's see. All pointing in the same direction. I wonder what the European explorers thought when they first saw all this. How they must. I wonder what they were thinking. And I wonder. I think it's the gods. They're gods. I think that's what these things were. They were trying to build homage to their gods, and see how they did this, where they make it really long, and they bury it sort of in the ground so it doesn't fall over, and to dig that deep. Now I did see some island people somewhere, and they with these big metal rods, they were able to make these things underground and stuff. These marvelous pools and things. And I think that's pretty cool. But I do think in this situation they had extraterrestrial help, how they're able to do all that and put these things together and carve it out. Hey Dark Meta, I'm going over what we went over before a little bit. I talked about the Mandela effect, the Stranded Lifeform, and some other people that weren't here. And I was talking about those different things that we covered the other night. And, over here, I was talking about that for a second. And now I'm talking about the Easter Island heads. So basically, dark matter, that they're all pointing in the same direction, and they are, although there are people with talent can dig and create pools and things. I've seen it on YouTube with a stick. I do believe that they were influenced and had help rather, not health. Okay, that's true. They haven't. I'm good. I did not know that. They didn't. At first, I didn't know that they were pointing in a different direction, but I can notice that now. And I didn't know that the archaeologists were not certain about why they were pointing in a different direction. All mean in the same direction. They don't know why. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know either. And I didn't know that they didn't know that. And I've studied that for a couple of years, and I wasn't aware of this. So they face away from the ocean and towards the villages, as if to watch over the people. The expedition is 7 Ahu Akavi, which face out to sea, how travelers find the island. So I believe that in the Bible they talk about the idols, like not a statue of a or a memorial to some person, but the people literally, like in the Bible in different cultures, they worshipped a physical statue like it was a god. So I think they must have thought these statues had some magical powers to watch over the city, and that leads me to believe like the false gods, the fallen angels, aliens, like they wanted to have the people worship those things, and maybe they possess some kind of power to it, like a magic power that wasn't supposed to be there, because they believed that it washed over them. Maybe it was a tribute to their gods that came there. I will say, in these islands and these people, when the European explorers were going to South America, the Spanish, they were the ones that colonized most of the Americas. But they weren't able to retain it. Spain had most of, all the way down to South America to here, all the way to Canada. They had the whole thing. But they weren't able to keep it because of a lot of issues. They weren't able to retain it. And exactly, Stranded Life Form. Glad to tell you that. And so basically, they were giants. They were the Spanish were walking through the jungles, and they saw this like 10-foot tall dude, and they were just like, what's up? Well, and they're about to go and kill them pretty much. So the guy invited them to the city. I mean, their little town, and they were ambushed. And there's a lot of stories of the Spanish explorers trying to bring the giants back to the Americas, but some of them died, and it was inhumane. Kind of, they're harsh to them because to the giant, but they're trying to bring it back to Europe to show them what it was exactly, because they didn't have a camera, they couldn't take a picture of it, and they weren't really sure what they were. And there's also these very tiny little people that existed, but when the Europeans came, there was these diseases and they got wiped out. But this has to do with what I'm saying here, because these giant things could be Nephilim. They could be tributes to the Nephilims, which are the offspring of the fallen angels. And like this one in the back, way over here, he's like kind of fallen over a little bit. He needs to have some coffee. Right. And South American Pyramid. So these South American pyramids are very interesting. Not just because they're interesting, but the story behind it. Because I was talking about this a couple of streams ago to a different audience. Dark Meta was there because he's always around. But the thing that I was talking about before was how in the same documentary about South America, there was these giants, these Nephilims. The Bible, the offspring of angels and humans. And they were here, and they had many gods. They're polytheistic, but one of their gods flooded the earth to get rid of the giants. And this is a story from South America, that there is this god that wiped out the giants through a flood, and they're running away from them. And all these pyramids that the Aztecs built, and the Mesopotamian and the different people, the giants were trying to reach the god that caused the great flood and to get revenge on him in heaven, but they weren't able to reach him. And there's layers. There is a layer of a pyramid under that pyramid and under that pyramid and under that pyramid. Layers and layers of pyramids. They're trying to go all the way up to heaven to fight this god that was trying to wipe out the giants. Before there was internet, before there was books, well, I don't know if there was books, there's probably scrolls. On South America, there is a story of the god flooding the earth. And over in the Middle East, there's a story of a god wiping out the earth. And that's very interesting, how there's synchronicity. And there's pyramids in one part of the world, and then in the other part of the world, there's a pyramid. It's how they're both linked together. And also, like they have these big skulls, and they're very big, and they're all over the different worlds. That's why I was talking about like the Egyptian pyramids. That's where it all started. And I like listening to Egyptian music because I studied about this in like my senior year of school. And you see, you have the same types of pyramids here, very similar to the other pyramids on the other side of the planet, with unless there is a spaceship flying around helping out people. It's interesting how these cultures were all linked together. Like with the Bible stories in general, and Daniel and the different prophets of the Bible, they were all over the Middle East, and they had no way of connecting to each other, and they didn't know what the other one was doing necessarily because of the internet. They didn't have like how we're all talking. They weren't doing that over there. But all the Bible just links together. It's very fascinating. Remember, we were talking about that. Some other streamer was talking about that. And I found out recently that the different religions were connected. And all the pagan religions, the Egyptian, the Greek, we had a caller the other night talking about the Greek, Athena and Hercules, how they were the descendants of fallen angels, and that could be true, and they may have been the fallen angels themselves, and you have Odin, Thor, and I have heritage from all over Europe. I'm part Mediterranean, like French, Italian, and I'm British and German, Eastern Europe. So I'm basically related to all of Europe, and I do have interest in the different mythologies and things. And right here, I have this thing it's the Thor hammer. I don't know how well you all can see that. Let's try to get some light in here. Alright, so let's see if I can do this. Is that working? Wait, I can do this. Alright. This is the Thor hammer. I don't know if y'all could see it. And I noticed my screen wasn't completely in the frame, but so basically I could bring it up on the computer, but yeah, so the Thor hammer, and it has the dragon on it and the different Celtic things and Nordic things on there. Although I'm not a pagan, I just think it's interesting to study the mythology and different things. So it was the Viking. It was similar to the different gods of the Mediterranean and in ancient India. So all of the gods were the same, but they just changed the thing for different cultures. And the theory is, in our modern age, where there is Jesus and modernization, now they appear as aliens to people instead of gods, to try to trick people into not believing in God and things like that, and causing terror to people. And they're able to have certain abilities we can't have because we lost it after the fall of humanity. So you could see evidence and proof that there's something in some other realm. Something's there. And especially with the internet, there's so much coming out. In probably the next one, I'll talk about this voodoo and supernatural things, about the ghosts and stuff. And I have a documentary or an interview I'm going to review and talk to you all. Like, I'll react to it. A couple of videos on probably the next one. And this one, talking about the religious, like the aliens, that part of the supernatural stuff. So we have the pyramids, and they're very similar to different things. And I'll say about the different Nephilims and things, like you have them in different parts of the world. And they're in Mexico City. They're here and there and everywhere. And yes, have you all heard in chat, have you heard of interdimensional beings? Okay, so an interdimensional being is a being that, yes, stranded life form, the theory of them colonizing the planet. Now, before I get into interdimensional, I want to show you all the Thor hammer. And it has a name, Mojir or something. I don't quite remember the name. And they were basically colonizing the planet. That's what they were doing. A lot of them. So, like, this is the Thor hammer I was telling you all about. And also you had the god, the Mars. And yes, we were talking about them colonizing the planet, and that's exactly what this has to do with. They were trying to be gods to us and take the resources. And I'll get to the colonization theory in a moment, what I know about it. So, this was him. This is Mars, a Mediterranean god. They're all similar, all the same thing. And so getting back to the colonization. So this is really trippy. I didn't expect that. So there is something called the Anunnaki. It was this other being, this other group. I don't know if I spelled that right. Okay, so the Anunnaki were the group of deities of the ancient Sumerians and the Assyrians and Babylonians. Notice Babylon, how a lot of the Bible stuff talks about Babylon. And the Anunnaki were these beings that wanted to mine, they wanted to colonize Earth. They wanted to colonize Earth for gold. And they wanted us here, and they wanted the gold. So when we're talking about the colonialism of Earth, one of the resources they wanted was gold because it would be good for their planet. And I see your emoji, Dark Meta, about the Easter Island head. He needs the Easter Island head's hilarious. Alright, so the Anunnaki. So they wanted gold for their atmosphere. That's one of the things. And they wanted to use the human labor. And you see these things in these ancient mythologies and see about gold. See about gold. Because gold is something they wanted humans to mine gold for them and get the resources and bring it to their planet. And they want to colonize they want to be glorified and worshipped by the humans. There's many different reasons why they colonized the planet after the fall of humanity. So interdimensional. So this is some really trippy pictures. But so basically, like, this is some interdimensional creature of an example of one from somebody. And so the interdimensional being It suggests an entity that is time travel and move out of physical body into a spiritual one. NASA website has somewhat dated article called The Science of Star Trek by physicist David Allen. Bachelor, I'm not too sure if that's what that says, which considers some of the, and it goes on in the article, that it's similar to Star Trek. So basically, the interdimensional being theory, as Dark Meta and I talked about, we don't think that time travel is a thing, but like the concept of God. We live in a finite world, in a realm where there's time, place, and a space. And God and these other beings exist outside of this realm of time, place, and space. So it's timeless, it doesn't age, it doesn't have a shape or a form because we're in a finite realm. So these aliens, all the aliens we see, are apparently, I'm not saying, and I like the idea and the theory that there are, and I believe it's true, that there are other life forms out there that are just traveling around exploring Earth, that the interdimensional beings are the demons and the fallen angels because they weren't from a planet. They were from a another dimension like heaven, and they fell here. And that's so the science and what the religion is saying is going together in this situation, that they weren't from another planet, because like I talked about in the last stream, how they came from the star Sirius, some of the gods, and but it takes billions and billions and billions of light years to get from there to here. And Dark Meta made a good point last time during his wonderful call, that what would these aliens have to do with this little speck? And the light, another friend that was in the chat last time, said, we're like an ant in the vast universe. Like, what would they be? Why are they interested in this planet? And that would explain, some of them are mad scientists, they want to study it. I mean, they would have the technology to go all the way to this planet from all the way over billions of light years from here. So that's why they believe. Another thing that supports the idea that a lot of these beings are from another dimension rather than some planet. But at the same time, there probably are some. They're from other planets. And all over China, in one of my recent videos that I was reviewing, is that there are so many sightings of these beings all over China. The people are freaking out. And they don't know what it is, and they all just say it's a UFO. I remember Skinny Bob, into the KGB alien. This alien right here. This is a gray alien that was captured by the KGB. And it was talking, it wasn't talking, but it was just kind of chilling and just moving its head around. And it was just hanging out. And that's the alien. They call him Skinny Bob. And this it's there. It's right there. I saw this when I was very young on YouTube. I remember when this was clear science to me, and this is a GIF of it. Let's see if it works. But basically, yeah, see how it moves around? It's moving its arms around, and it's communicating with the KGB. It's crazy stuff. And how creepy it is. And this is apparently a fallen angel that's disguising itself as an alien. That's one of the theories. Or maybe it's some mad scientist alien that came here to research us. But I really don't think the aliens are good, especially from the stories. And I do believe the ghosts and the aliens are like the same thing in a different form, more of in an abstract form. Right. And in stranded life form, do you have any thoughts on the Greys? If you have any thoughts about them, you could let us know in the chat. And also, alien abductions, how people don't remember anything when they have these encounters. Like, they don't remember what's going on. They have like amnesia from it. You know, that's why I think they're not good. They don't have our best interest. And something Stranded Life Form and I talked about was the head binding. Let's see if I find that. Alright, so there is something called head binding that Stranded Life Form brought up to me. And the head binding is this practice when they had young people, infants, and they would tie stuff to their heads to shape it a certain way to be appealing to their gods. And show some examples of this on the screen. It looks like the Nephilim head. Same shape as the Nephilim type head that I was showing before. They were trying to shape their head, and this is a lot like the Easter Island head. This is a lot like, you know, they like these elongated skulls, you know, in Africa and different places. And that's a lot like how the Nephilims had their heads, appealing to the gods. We were talking about that before. And as Dark Meta said, that we may already be in a situation like this now, where there could be, the alien thing is going on now. You know, that's what I think. That it's happening right under our nose. Like, with Stranded Life Form and Dark Meta putting the two ideas together is that there could be some AI, we're talking about that, but I'll also say some alien stuff going on right now that under our noses, and Hollywood wanted us to think it would be done a certain way, but it's done a different way. Like things in the Bible, it was done a different way than people thought. It happens in our lives. I'm glad I'm here doing the live stream, and see, that was my fate. There's different things that happen that doesn't make sense, but later on it makes sense. You know, in the same way, they want to attack us from an area where it's unexpected. And let's see what Stranded Life Form said. Okay, Stranded Life Form, I see your thoughts. Some are good and some are bad, like humans. Okay, that's an interesting thought. And it's a good point. Good point. And as also we were talking about the head binding. And it's very similar to an alien head. So this confirms that these gods were very similar to the aliens. And here, right here, this is a 3D drawing. Someone made a depiction of the alien, and it has a similar head to what we were talking about before. So I've talked about the Easter Island heads. I've talked about the head binding. I've talked about how these conspiracies are linked together. And I think that's definitely what it is. These aliens appeared as gods to people, and they made these heads in tribute to them. And at some point they left and didn't come back. And many people have seen these aliens. And all these people are seeing the same thing. And I think that those are basically the alien theories that I think hold a lot of weight. Now, what do you all think about? Do you all believe in ghosts and stuff? Do you all think that's real? You tell me that in the chat if y'all think ghosts are real or not. Because I think that they're both the same thing. Some of these fallen angels and things like that, it's the same thing. And it just shows the concept of this other realm that we can't access. And I wonder if the AIs and different things are going to try to access these other realms. That would be very interesting to see. Or if they're going to try to have a technology that will be able to access these realms that we can't access. We can't get through this realm like they can. And I remember watching some podcasts of Joe Rogan. He had some scientists on, and he was that the aliens would be a couple of 100 years plus more advanced than we are. Like, they would be able to, at a certain point, they would be able to control weather and stuff. And there's a theory that the fallen angels control bad weather and things on Earth. And links to the aliens, how they're able to control the weather and what have you. And I know I've been, bouncing around. Alright. And I think, I don't think, in my opinion, the Greys are good at all. So here is, I personally don't think they're good, but that's just my opinion. So this is an example you see on the screen of a reptilian alien situation that was depicted by ancient peoples. And with these, this is another example of the lizard aliens. And you see the Greys, how they have some of the heads that are shaped like the Greys, like the people doing head binding. And you have these other things that are like the lizard aliens. And okay, stranded life form, understood. And you've seen the spirits before, alright. And, alright, in my opinion, I think that spirits could be a deception from the fallen angels, in my opinion. And, if I were you, I'd feel the same way. And I think that they're there to cause deception to people. And a lot of people have had really bad experiences with the ghosts and stuff. So that's what my personal thoughts are, but I could be wrong. Like, they'll masquerade as a person. But, because a lot of these spirits that I've, studied and whatnot, it may not be good now. If you had some different experience, you could tell me your thoughts on that. On your exact experience with the spirits. Like, you said you saw a spirit. I would like to know, if you want to talk about it, what did you see? Because in New Orleans, in the different places, they do a lot of witchcraft and things and bad stuff. So that's the thing that I'm familiar with and stuff from the Bible. So if you could shine some light on that, I would appreciate it. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Understood. Very cool discussion. And I'm going to go into this reptilian statue. No, that's not what I want to put. Okay, so this is the lizard alien statue. So the ancient peoples describes seeing these sky gods that were like lizard aliens. Because Dark Meta last time was talking about if there are different alien species, and these are some of the different species: lizard aliens and other humanoid aliens that apparently came here. And this is a depiction you see on the screen of what the ancient peoples thought that they were seeing, and they made depictions of them. So that's an example of the lizard aliens. And this is another one. We could see the skull, an example of the head-binding skull, and this statue of this ancient person with an elongated skull. And you can see that. Like, this is like the Greys, like the other ones, and how stranded life form, you and I were talking about the colonization of Earth, and this is what was going on, and these ancient people were able to depict what they saw. They didn't have cameras and recordings, and so they created these statues of what they found and what visited them. So that's the lizard alien, and then they have examples of the Greys and other humanoid aliens. They look like us. Let's see. Alien races. In these theories, I see you, Mary Cherry, in chat. So, these are examples of different alien races. So, when you go down the rabbit hole of this, these are examples of the different species of alien that could be out there. Different lizard aliens, different humanoid, like Nordic type looking aliens. See, they have the big skulls and similar things like that. And some people that were doing drugs and stuff were seeing these things because they're able to see realms they're not really supposed to see. And so those are the different races to answer Dark Meta's question last time. Okay, we got somebody calling in. (614). To whom am I speaking to?
Hey, Alien, it's Stranded.
Okay, hello, Stranded.
So, hi. So, you wanted me to comment a little bit more about what I saw and everything, with the spirit and all that. And I'm a slow typer, so it's just, I thought it would just be easier to call in and give you a full detail accounting of what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're got time for it, if you're okay with it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, this was a while back, an apartment that I lived in.
Mm-hmm.
It was a one-bedroom apartment, and at the end of the hallway was a full-length mirror. Like the mirror basically took up the whole part of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And next to that mirror was my bedroom, the bedroom door going in. Well, so anyway, so from the time that I had moved into this apartment for a long time,
mm-hmm.
I had a lot of experiences with waking up in the morning, and in the kitchen, all my cabinet doors would be open, the drawers would be open.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, this is weird. Why is this happening? And this was every freaking morning.
Mm-hmm.
And at one day, this had been going on for months. And one day I went into the kitchen. Once again, all the drawers, everything was open. I'm closing everything. I walk out of the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye towards the end of the hall where the mirror was, I saw something move. And I turn and look, and I see this man in a kind of an old-fashioned type soldier uniform.
Interesting.
coming towards me. Yeah, and he's like coming towards me, and I'm just standing there just watching, and he's not like saying anything or anything. It didn't feel threatening, and I wasn't like feeling like freaked out by it or anything. But he's just comes towards me, and he moves past me, right through me.
Wow.
And I spun around and turned around and looked, and he was gone. Yeah, it was like really freaky. It was just like he just like moved right past me, like I wasn't even there, you know. And when I spun around to look, he was gone. And I was just like, I'm just standing there like, what just happened? You know, I'm just like, oh my God, what the F just happened, you know? And it wasn't until later on, a few weeks later. Oh, and by the way, after that happened, after that day, the kitchen situation, the doors and everything stopped. Didn't happen again.
Wow, that is
And then
crazy.
it was a few weeks later, that is, oh no, it gets even more wild.
Oh, okay.
I find out that the apartment complex actually was at one time like an army, like not army specifically, but military housing for military officers that worked at there was at one time there was an airport, the military airport. The airport is still there, but I don't think it's military anymore. I think it's like a commercial private airport now.
Okay.
But at one time it was specifically a military airport. So these apartments were housing for the military people that worked at that airport. And the majority of the military people that worked at that airport were Vietnam veterans.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. And when I had described the uniform, one of my neighbors who was a veteran who had been in the military, I kind of described the uniform, and he pulls out an old picture of him in his uniform and showed me. He said, "Does this look like the uniform that you saw?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, that was me during the Vietnam War." And that was the type of uniform. So now I knew I could piece together that this person that I saw, you know, ghost spirit, whatever you want to call it, in this uniform was a Vietnam style uniform. And I also found out that at one point in time, my apartment unit was at one point in time a 2-bedroom unit, and they converted it into a 1-bedroom to make the apartment next door to me. They wanted a 3-bedroom.
Okay.
And so they converted their bedroom into a 3-bedroom and basically took away a bedroom from my apartment. And that's where that mirror would have been, that would go into the 2nd bedroom.
Wow. That is scary.
So it's just like crazy. Yeah. And it's just like, but, you know, like I said, I didn't feel threatened by it.
You know what's
it
weird?
wasn't like a,
my iPod, it's telling me Siri's not available right now, and I didn't even do anything to it. That's weird. It just did something on its own. All right, you go on.
yeah. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. So, you know, I had that experience.
Okay.
And especially when, excuse me, when I was younger, I always kind of had, could like sense, like spirits or, you know, things around me or whatever. But that was the one experience where I actually physically saw a manifestation of the spirit.
Wow. That is that's very
So it's just,
frightening and interesting at the same time. Now, do you remember, like, did it give off, what kind of presence did it give off?
he just seems more like um, just somebody going about their day.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just seemed more like this would have been something that he would have done, because like I said, I come to find out that my apartment unit was originally a 2-bedroom, and where he had come from would have been the hallway leading to the second bedroom. So it kind of feels to me like maybe he would have been his normal thing
Okay.
to come out of the back bedroom, that maybe that's where his bedroom was,
Mm-hmm.
and come down the hall and go about doing whatever he does
Right.
throughout his day. And it just seemed like he didn't know that he was dead. He didn't know that he had passed away, and he needs to move on to the next realm,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Right.
That's the kind of sense that I got from it. Like he didn't know.
Yeah. I wonder why he
And
wouldn't
it
know.
was just with him, yeah, with him passing through me the way he did, it's like we were not in the same plane of existence at the same time, even though we were. But to him, I wasn't there. I didn't exist.
Exactly.
If that
Right.
makes sense.
Right. It's like now the eyes of when you saw his eyes, did it seem like a blank stare or just regular?
I don't recall that. I think it might have just been like kind of maybe a blank stare, like
Mm-hmm.
it just,
Right.
but it wasn't something like the eyes. I wasn't really focusing on that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Um,
It's like kind of like looking into a void,
yeah,
like a black void.
because he wasn't like looking at me. Yeah, he wasn't like,
Right. Right.
yeah, it wasn't like he was looking at me or anything like that. It was just like he was just going about his normal day, his normal routine.
Yeah. Because
And I
like,
believe too that maybe that might have been why my kitchen cabinets, maybe the doors were open and stuff, because maybe that was when he was alive. His routine would be to go into the kitchen, fix
mm-hmm.
his breakfast, fix his coffee, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he was just one of those type of people that didn't close cabinet doors behind himself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's very interesting, and I remember that. So, did it talk?
No,
Okay.
no,
And
he did not. There was no speaking, nothing.
you may have said this before, but was there someone there that passed away from the war? Do you know of anyone that was like living there that passed away from the war?
Not that I personally would know, but
Mm-hmm.
I believe that this spirit that I saw was probably of someone who had lived there at one point in time, and
Right.
maybe had passed away either there in the apartment or
In the war.
somewhere in the hospital or something like that. I don't think it was in the war, because this I think would have been after.
And why do you say
After
that?
the war.
Why do you say that?
Maybe shortly after.
Okay, so why do you
Well,
think
just
that?
because of where if he was an employee of the air base,
Mm-hmm.
then that would have been post Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe his uniform may have been, because if he was going to the base to work to do his duty, he would have still been, have to be required to wear his uniform. And because, the apartment's here in the United States. It's not,
All right.
So I don't think he was. I don't think he was killed in Vietnam. I think he passed away here after at some point in time after the war.
Okay.
Just like I said, just because of he would have been, in order to have been living in those apartments, he would have had to have been working at the air base.
Okay. Understood.
And that would have been after the war.
Okay. So, yeah, because did you feel like a cold chill when it passed through you?
No.
Okay.
And that was something, yeah, because that's something I would have expected and did not experience that. It was not a cold chill or anything. It was just like nothing, It was just, it just passed through me, and that was it.
Right. And you said that it opened cabinets and stuff before that.
Mhm.
Yeah, like it's trying to. It kind of reminds
Yeah,
me of
and
like
then when
pulling
that,
a prank on you.
yeah, that could have been too.
Right.
Because because after that incident happened, the cabinets and everything just stopped, and it didn't happen again anymore. So it was just,
Right.
so I don't know if that was maybe him finally accepting that he died and he was ready to move on, or maybe he just wanted to let me know that, hey, I am here, and you ignore me and I'll ignore you. I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah,
the
because
message was behind that,
it's like
but
there's more questions than answers. Like it doesn't make any sense.
yeah.
Because everything, in my opinion, everything good is going to make sense. Like I think a good spirit will make sense, and I think, like, see how things on the left they don't make any sense, and like so I think like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't have a purpose behind it. It's like it kind of reminds me like a troll, like someone's like trolling. So yeah, I definitely and thank you,
Mhm.
for talking about that. And I've seen on YouTube there's a lot of these instances of cabinets opening and there's nothing there, and then there's flickering lights and things. So it does remind me of that. And the apparition, it passed through you. Yeah, and in my opinion, I don't know for certain, of course, but I do think there's possibility that bad spirits can appear as people that passed away to try to frighten people or make people confused and stuff. And in
Mhm.
my opinion, I think that could be a possibility because it's not really giving you a direct message of what's really going on, in my opinion. It doesn't, because it just goes through you, it opens things, it just doesn't make any sense. And I would be suspicious of that if that was me, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, but this is, like I said, this was years ago this had happened, and
Mm-hmm.
um and like I said, I didn't get any kind of sense of, feeling threatened
Mm-hmm.
or anything like that.
Of course.
I almost kind of more or less got the sense of he just wanted to make his presence known, that he just wanted to let me know that he was there.
Okay. Yes, understood. And I have heard theories that these beings, the ghosts and stuff, are the same things as the aliens, and they're appearing in a different form. What do you think about that?
I, see, that's a tough one for me because I've always felt like my belief was always that, you know, ghosts or spirits are the soul of a person.
That's what I thought too.
And when a person passes away, and for whatever reason, if they pass away and there's like unfinished business, or they can't accept the fact that they've passed away, that their spirit or their soul or whatever is stays earthbound, stays, bound
Mm.
to our
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 world,
place, our
our
existence.
like it's kind of like
Yes,
existing
yes,
in our finite realm. Right. I see.
yes. And so, to think that they're aliens, I don't
I know it
feel
sounds kind of
like that,
confusing.
but I believe hmm
Go
but
on.
I believe that aliens would probably use that
Mm-hmm.
as a way to trick people.
Right.
Like maybe they might implant that, because I do believe that there are some life forms that are advanced enough that they could,
Yes.
speak to us, telepathically,
Mm-hmm.
and that they could probably implant images into our minds
Mm-hmm.
to make us see what we might want to believe to see.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe they could use that to trick people into thinking that they're a spirit or they're a
Mm-hmm.
ghost or whatever.
That's a really good perspective, and that's a cool thought. You see, another thing that I have heard in recent times, like I always thought, in my opinion, was that you think of that. I don't know for sure, of course, that the Greys are, some of them are good, some of them are bad. That's understood. My thought was
Hmm.
they were working with the fallen angels or some kind of bad alien because there was always something bad about them, and they gave off some bad vibe. I never heard anything good about them. And now as I got older,
Hmm.
talking to different Christian groups, that the fallen angels, and they're like they're able to transform like a shapeshifter into something else. They could look like a ghost. They could look like an alien. They could look like a talking purple dog. And that is one of the theories. But of course, it could be many things. But those are the recent things that I've heard of, and I put ads out and whatnot to get other people to see what they think. And like right now, right?
Yeah, I think maybe it might, like, when you speak about the Greys, I don't. There may be like a group of them
Mm-hmm.
that are, that are bad and that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But I believe that that might just be a group or a percentage of their, because I mean, I feel like any other planet that's out there that has more advanced life form than us,
Yes. Yes.
that I feel like they would be like a society, like our planet is a society of many, many, many people, and govern. They have a government structure, and they have all of this stuff, and you know you have those that are bad and those that are going to do evil, and there are those that are going to do whatever to destroy, but
Mm-hmm.
then you also have those that are good. And I
Mm-hmm.
believe that, when you speak about the Greys, that they are the same as
Okay.
we are in that respect, that you have certain elements, you have a certain percentage of a group of ones that they're going to do evil things, they're going to do bad things, they're going to do things
Like
that
people.
to self yes, that they're going to do things that's benefiting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to have another group that is, basically, they're good people, they're good-hearted people, they're just existing like
Right.
us.
Right.
So, I don't think that I don't think all of them are bad
Okay.
or all of them are evil.
Okay. And because I've seen a lot of sightings of them like crashed in the snow, and in different all kinds of different
Hmm.
pictures and videos of them. So it's like, although I do believe that the fallen angels, they could be masquerading as some aliens. I wonder how like the fallen angels is chilling there for I don't know how long. Like, but it could have really been just some other life form that crashed there and it just like died there.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
And
go on.
and we don't like really, as far as like when the crash landings and stuff like that happen,
Hmm.
were they their intent to come here, or were they just simply passing by
Hmm.
and something happened to their ship and they ended up here,
Hmm. Hmm.
So, we don't couldn't really know.
Yeah, they didn't have enough coffee.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that it's very possible because they could have just been passing through and they happened to crash land. And there's a theory that there was during the Roswell crash. You're probably familiar with that. They probably were.
Mhm.
Some of our technology may have come from there. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, that absolutely. I believe a lot of our technology has come from there.
Hmm.
Just because of the fact that you look at where our technology was prior to that,
Hmm.
and then the Roswell happened, and then within, what, 10 years later,
Hmm.
our technology is like 50 years advanced. Now, how did we go from, technology, we just barely started putting planes in the air,
Right.
and now all of a sudden we're building rockets, we're going to the moon, we're building
Hmm.
stations, we're doing, what the heck? We've got computers small enough to sit on our desk. How did we advance that fast in such a short period of time?
Yeah. And another thing about my Apple
There's
devices
no way that could
is
have
that
happened unless there was some intervention.
yeah, I agree. I agree. So I think also like with the Apple devices, it's like they like to talk about aliens and things, and their alien stuff about the app. The Apple theme is a lot of them have alien themes to it, and I think that's very interesting. And the West
Hmm.
Coast is where the Roswell crash happened, and that's where Silicon Valley's in California. It's all very close by to where that crash happened.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause Roswell was in New Mexico.
Hmm. And because there is these, they went in there, and they have to. You have some skeptics and people that come through, but what really is going on is like they literally talk about what happened. Like the people went through, and there's all these dead aliens in a spaceship, and they had this protective covering over themselves, like a fabric that was used
Mm-hmm.
eventually for bulletproof vests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. And there's just, like I said, there's no way that we, as humans, could have advanced our technology as quickly as we did without some sort of outside intervention, whether it be inadvertent or deliberate. Who
Hmm.
knows? But yeah, there's something definitely that helped us to make leaps and bounds within our technology.
It's like with the ancient peoples, they had the gods visited them, and then they had all these pyramids and technology and stuff, and apparently light bulbs and things. It's like the aliens had to give us a little boost.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and there is, I recall years and years ago, you might be able to find it better than I can.
Hmm.
Um, you seem to be a little more tech savvy than I am.
I am.
But I recall uh, thing years ago about hieroglyphs that they had found in one of the pyramids, and it looks um, like people in like spacesuits, and that look a lot like our today's NASA with the helmets and all that stuff.
Hmm.
And looks like it appears like to be like spaceships, like they did drawings of
Right.
spaceships
Right. Exactly.
in the hieroglyphs.
Oh yeah, and in South
So
America,
that,
there's also statues of these people wearing like astronaut suits.
mhm. And now that goes on to your topic you were speaking of earlier with time travel. I believe at some point in time, we don't have the technology now in our lifetimes,
Okay.
but who knows in 200 years, 500 years, whatever. I think at some point the technology will exist, and there
Hmm.
has been people from a further off time that has gone back in time,
Hmm.
and those that some of the pictures, some of the drawings that have been the ancient drawings that have been found of people like in what appears to be like our current time
Right.
spacesuits.
Right.
I
Yes.
believe some of those may have been time travelers
That's an interesting point.
and went back in time. Yeah, and went back in time
Hmm.
to those. And I also look at certain books like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells.
Hmm.
Some of their books and some of their writings, they were very descriptive and very detailed
Hmm.
about, some of the things that they depicted in their books that people of that time would not have been aware of.
Right.
So I kind of question, like, how would they have known that? I believe it was, I forget the book, but I believe it was a H.G. Wells book
Hmm.
where he talks about going to the moon and all this and describes the moon exactly how it is. But the time that the book was written was long before we, built the rocket and went into space
That's
and
very
went to the
interesting.
moon.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Right. And
And now I'm not going to swear it was an H.G. Wells book. But it was one of those books where it is very descriptive about how the moon, this how the description of the moon. But it was one of those. How would they have known that
right.
in that time period?
Right. Yeah, because that's a good point that I didn't think about. How these people knew these things from another time, and they weren't, in that time period, they somehow had to know it from somewhere, and that goes to the interdimensional beings,
Mhm.
that they're in different dimensions, and like our friend Dark Meta, like he didn't think about the time travel thing, and I'm just hearing different thoughts. And like, do you know? Are you familiar with the Mandela effect that I was talking about earlier?
Vaguely, not a whole lot though. Not too much into detail on it.
Right. So like Nelson Mandela was
But
supposed
I
to
kind of
die at a
know
certain
like the
time,
basic,
but
yeah. That.
mm, you go on.
Mhm.
You go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I just kind of know the basic
Okay.
general
Okay. Okay.
idea about it, but that's about it.
Yeah, because we were talking about it, and like we were saying about the time travel, how we didn't think that was it, and because like the theory is that somebody went into the future, and they like were able to mess up the time continuum, and all the stuff that we see is not what we thought it was because somebody at some point went in the future and they messed everything up. But he thinks maybe it's like when we were talking, we both agreed that maybe there's some kind of mass mind control or some kind of technology from some enemy country that's trying to make us think a certain way to control us. And I think it's interesting to hear different thoughts and opinions. Now, what do you think that it could be a technology that's trying to brainwash us into making us think that, or you think it could be the time travel thing? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think there's certain, how to say this without,
Well, you could say things however you want. Everyone,
that,
there's no snowflakes here.
yeah.
The
Well, it's not the
chat,
snowflakes I'm worried about.
right? The
It's
chat, the
those
channel.
glow sticks.
Yeah, like I was
Yeah,
talking
that
earlier
too.
about how there's these different alien races and things. If it sounds far out, that's what this channel's all about. You could say however you want to say it, though.
Right.
Hmm.
But I think as far as the technology goes, I believe there are certain people in certain positions that use technology to brainwash us, to make us believe,
Hmm.
you and I both are on ABL, so we
Yes.
know, what he thinks about that. And
Right.
I tend to agree with, using platforms like TikTok and all that stuff to make people think certain things that are not normal are normal.
Right.
But we know this is not normal. This is not right. This is, you know, but they want us to, they want, I don't know about us, but they want the next generation to
Hmm.
believe these things are normal.
Right.
And this is a way for them to control,
Right.
The thinking and control the way you live and the way you interact and such.
Oh yeah, that makes
So
perfect
I
sense.
believe that technology is being used in that way, um,
I agree.
by our own uh, entities that are doing, people in higher places
Yeah.
that
SC
they should not
Wolverines
be
just
doing those
said
things.
yes. SC Wolverines was saying how they want to create confusion, and he told me that twice. So basically,
Mm,
they want to create confusion for everybody.
okay. Now I do have to say, while I'm on the phone with you, I cannot because I my phone is my computer,
Hmm.
so I can't be on your channel and talk to you on the phone at the same time. So I'm not seeing
No,
anything that's being said
I'm
in the
reading you.
chat.
I'm reading chat. Like I have a window open where I'm like reading chat from two different windows, and I just saw it, and he was telling me something to tell you. It's all good. I'm watching your chat right now.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's all good. I'm just letting you know I can't read the chats at the same time. So if something pops up, yeah, please let me know because I'm not
Yeah.
going to be able to see it.
Yeah, like when I'm calling an
Um,
ABL show, when I'm calling his show, I just have like the chat. I mean, not the chat, but like his listening to him in one ear, and I'm like doing my thing and getting on the phone, and I'm not even looking at the chat because when I look at the chat, it's like it distracts from trying to do the call in. So no, it's fine. But I'm watching the chat and talking to
right,
you through the
right.
thing. Now, do you?
Okay.
So do you think? Is it interesting how the ancient gods they look a lot like the angels that were described in the Bible, like they have wings and stuff? I personally think that's interesting.
It is interesting, but it's not surprising.
Hmm.
Just because the Bible is based in that theory
Hmm.
of that, and so now I will say what is interesting. If for example, I'm Christian. I was raised in the church in the Christian belief.
Hmm.
But I have looked at other religions and studies and stuff, and I do find a lot of similarities.
Hmm.
When you look at the Christian Bible, for example, Jesus went out into the desert. Well, Muhammad, in the Muslim faith, Muhammad went out into the desert
Hmm.
to for meditation and to study. as you look at the Buddhist faith, the Buddha went out into the desert
Mm-hmm.
for self, you know, contemplation.
Right.
So, and I find that there are different things. You talked about earlier about the floods, when the gods flooded the earth. Well, that's in the Bible. Noah,
Mm-hmm.
you know, God flooded the earth 40 days, 40 nights.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are similarities in different religions of similarities. So I kind of makes me wonder if some of these are, if they're the same people.
Yeah, one time a teacher told me that.
Does that make sense?
Right. So I understand. So basically, like, it's not true that they're the same people. A teacher told me that one time, that she thought she heard that possibility because the people, like the documentations of these people existing in history, they all existed in different times, but God
Mm-hmm.
sent different prophets and groups to different peoples. And so, like, Buddha was one of them, and Confucius is another one. Like, Confucius says that if don't look at the snow on your brother's step, look at the one on your own step. Jesus said, don't look at the beam in your eye, look at the one in your brother's eye. And it was just God sending different people to different groups at different times, and they all, like, synchronized together. There's no way they could have all been in the same place, but they were all, like, going through, it's synchronized together, like things in the pyramids in South America and things in Egypt. It just shows you the synchronicity, how there's a God that sent different people in different time periods, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay.
And also, I remember, like, before I got on YouTube, after, of, it was kind of like after, like, I was in high school a couple years ago, and I had some, relationship didn't work that I had back there that I really was not happy about. And then I just felt like in the desert, and then I went to ABL Live, and I continued my YouTube channel, and here I am. So in a way, I was like in the desert too, before I got here.
Well, I think we've all been through that feeling at
Mm-hmm.
some point in time, you know. We've all kind of felt like, you know, walking our own path alone, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, you know, we've all been there.
Yeah, and
And you have to sometimes go through the hard parts to get to the easy part.
right, and also, like, they have these different things that are, synchronizing together, and how, like, I thought it was hysterical how the gods, like, the Nephilim were angry at in South America at the god that caused the great flood around the world, and it's the same thing from
Mm-hmm.
from the Middle East and Israel. It's just hysterical how it's like there you go. It was in two different parts of the world this incident occurred.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because
yeah.
you gotta think in the Bible, Noah, that would have been what, northern Africa, somewhere around that region.
So you're asking about where
If I'm thinking
where
correctly,
Noah's Ark landed?
yeah.
It landed in Turkey, but I'm about to check to make sure.
Oh, in Turkey. Okay, okay,
All right, I'm about to look up.
okay.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, it's the location was Turkey.
Turkey. Okay, all right. So Middle East then. All right.
Yeah, that's where. Yeah, North Africa is like that's where Egypt's the east part of North Africa, and then there's other areas of North Africa that go towards Spain, and the Middle East and Turkey. Well, the Turkey is by like Greece. It's like right next door to it, and so it landed over there. It was just kind of floating around, and there is this other place. have you heard of the Socotra Islands?
No.
So I learned about it like a year ago. So there's this island off the coast of Yemen in Somalia, and it's this island that has these trees that look like something out of like they look like UFOs, and they're these crazy
Hmm.
looking trees, and they have all kinds of strange like purple spiders and different critters there that don't exist anywhere else. And there's theories that suggest that that could have been the Garden of Eden.
Oh, that's interesting.
And see if I could, for the chat up in here that's watching, they could maybe see this real quick. So basically, the Socotra Islands, it has some of the people there, the native people there, like the Middle Easterns there, but it was very vacant for a long time, and there's hardly people, in these regions, and like the chat's watching it, like some of the pictures of it, and so yeah, I think that's an interesting theory, and it looks like we have this fig tree, and it looks very similar to something that would be on that island, like what the Bible says about the fig tree.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Okay, that's really interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. 'Cause
yeah.
that's really interesting.
Now, Somalia, I believe they've been having a problem with pirates. I like pirates from like Pirates of the Caribbean, and they
Yeah, these aren't the same kind.
right. Well, yeah, it's because the pirates from there don't really. If they have pirates in the Caribbean now, they're just some like the same kind that are in Africa. Because I don't think the
Yeah.
Europeans are really many of them are there anymore. But so basically, in Somalia, they wear these masks and they rob big ships and stuff, and it stopped tourism. And they're like fishermen, and
Mm.
the government got corrupted, and the people couldn't get money, so they had to do the pirating to survive, and that's why there's no people at the Socotra Islands because of all the piracy that's going on. So it's mostly vacant from tourism,
Hmm.
and I think that people I'm showing it on the screen to the chat about the blue spiders and things, and I thought it was very interesting. And I think that a lot of those corruptions, like a third world countries, like our country's kind of like a third world country, kind of, and it's causing so much corruption for the people there, and but at the same time, it's preserving the island. But I've heard some of the locals saying, like on the YouTube, that the people, some governments are going over there and colonizing it. I think it's interesting it hasn't been touched in so long.
Well, I mean, there are places around the world that we haven't really explored.
Yeah,
I mean, you could even just like going over into Africa and certain areas of that where they're so deep into the jungle that you find, oh, surprise, here's a village of people, and they're so deep in the jungle they don't know anything of the outside world,
right.
and we never knew that they were there. And so I think it was just a couple years ago or something, somebody stumbled across the village like that, just like, oh, hey, there's people here.
Yeah, it's like
So
that
there's still
moment.
places like that. There's, oh, who said what?
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's just there's still places in the world that are like that they're still very remote and very untouched.
yeah, exactly. And there are still
So
places
it's not too surprising.
like right. There are still places like off the coast of India. There's this island which is in a similar area to the Socotra Islands that these people were just they're stuck in like the 1300s, but they have spears and sticks, and they don't wear really much clothes. Well, they just wear like whatever like they could find, and they were throwing spears and bow and arrow, and then they were shooting bows at a drone.
Oh wow.
And they were really angry. And
Yeah, they probably were freaked out because they didn't know what a drone was, so they were probably getting freaked out by it.
yeah, and they and there's other places in South America that were not explored by the humans. I mean, by the what I meant to say was, by they were throwing spears at drones again, and I think like we are like aliens to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's when the aliens come to
Yeah,
us.
that would
Yeah,
make sense.
yeah, because like think about when we come to those people, and look, the ancient peoples during the European expansion into the this part of the world, and they yeah, SC Wolverines was saying about he thinks that the trees and stuff look cool, and he was saying about how he thinks maybe they thought the drone was a UFO.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah.
And basically, like when the ships came in and went on the shore, they thought that the Europeans they thought they were gods, and they thought their ships were spaceships.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, like how they thought that, and they must have had an experience before with the alien beings, and they must not be able. They didn't at the time know who is who, and yes, I told you when the aliens come to us, we think of them like how the island people think of us, and these aliens, if the ones that are species of people that are just from another planet, their technology is so much more advanced than ours that we wouldn't quite understand what's going on. Even if they are fallen angels,
Right.
we wouldn't. It's beyond our comprehension. And yes, so the theory about the fallen angels is that the fallen angels, all the aliens, or a lot of them, or some of them, are the fallen angels disguising themselves as aliens to do a deception to turn people from God, like they did before in Egypt and Greece. But the thing wouldn't work now to become
Hmm.
as Thor and Zeus, so they're coming as something else. And do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
I can see that. I can see that because there is a lot at play right now to turn people away
Mm-hmm.
from God.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we have a lot of false churches, false prophets
Yeah,
that
yeah.
are,
Mm-hmm.
and that turns people away. And then you have all of this. Um, not trying to get too political or whatever,
You can
but
do what you'd like,
all
but
this, but have all this other stuff going
right.
on with the LGBT,
Yeah.
whatever XYZ community, all
Yeah.
that stuff. So that's even more. Yeah, you got that reference,
Mm-hmm.
but there's even more. There as well going to as far as turning people away um, from religion and
Mm-hmm.
from God and whatnot.
Yeah.
Um, and there's a I don't know if you've ever heard this saying or not, but there's an old saying: the greatest trick that the devil ever played on the earth was
Mm-hmm.
making people believe he didn't exist.
Exactly.
And that's what we're seeing right now. You've got people believing God and the devil do not exist.
Yeah, like my uncle in England.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was
And
angry at me
so,
about that.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
like
so
yeah,
we
go
so
on.
I do believe, it's like I made a comment earlier. I think you saw it. Where or what earlier this year when they said they shot down a UFO and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that was just something, a trick to make people believe, hey, there's an alien invasion. We're being invaded. A distraction. What it really is, what it boils down to, a distraction. Because
Exactly.
my first thought is, if we get these people, if we get visitors from another planet, they are so far advanced than we are. Any weapons we have on this earth, it's not going to do nothing to them. We're not going to shoot them down. They're going to come in here and they're going to roll right over us and wipe us out. And there's nothing we can do about it.
Right. Exactly. And that's another thing somebody brought up about the alien crashes, is that, like, how would they, it would be kind of hard for them to crash on Earth. I mean, that would be really low for all their alien friends. It's like really, dude, you died crashing on Earth?
Right.
Yeah. And also,
truthfully, there's a cartoon out there that, the aliens come by, and, oh, where are we at? Oh, this is the planet Earth. And they roll up their windows and lock the door and do a U-turn and get the hell out.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know about our planet and they know how screwed up we are.
Yeah.
They're like, nope, we don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Dark Meta was saying that last time. Like, how this is the hood, this is the ghetto of the galaxy, this planet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dark Meta, I agree with that.
Shout out to Dark Meta, yeah. And basically,
yeah, definitely,
what would they want with us? And that's why I do now think, because for a long time, my friend from school and his dad, and us three, we would talk about the aliens, and his brother's he's kind of liberal, and he's kind of different, and he believed in the aliens, but he was kind of conflicted, and we would talk about it to friends at school, not all of them, but some groups in different time periods, and some teachers thought it was ridiculous, but other teachers thought it made a lot of sense. So basically, we thought that the Greys were bad aliens that were working with the fallen angels, but now it makes sense that they could be the angels themselves disguising themselves as the aliens to bring people away from it. Because there's people that I talk to from ABL and from the channel that are agnostic and atheistic, and they believe that the aliens created us. See, it's a way to turn, like, the gods created people. It's the God, since Jesus and that happened, the gods thing won't work anymore, so they come as aliens, and maybe in a couple of years they'll come as purple dogs.
Right.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. Now the other thing too, and I have to say, back in like 70s, 80s, even up through like maybe early 90s, there was a lot about, alien abductions, cattle being experimented on, things like that, which you don't hear about that too much anymore. Once in a while, it'll, something will happen that'll be mentioned about it, but as far as, stuff like, cattle's being experimented on and things of that nature, you don't hear too much about that. I personally believe during that time period that it may have been aliens that, they came across our little marble here, and they didn't know what we were, if you think about a scientist here on Earth, okay, Darwin, for example, he went to Galapagos Islands. He found all these little species of animals. What was the first thing he did? He
Mm.
started dissecting them. He started experimenting on them, trying to figure out what they were, how they operated, what made them tick.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I think that might have been the same thing in during that time period, even maybe even going as far back as the 40s and 50s. Um, During that time period, these aliens came across our planet, and here they're finding all these animals and humans, all these species. They didn't know what we were. They didn't
Mm-hmm.
know what's this thing out in the field eating grass? What is that thing? Well, let's dissect it and find out. What's this thing over here, walking along the sidewalk? Well, let's, catch it with a net and find out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and I think that's a lot of it was that too, and not necessarily as being evil, but just curious. And that's the only way that they knew to find out what this is. What a human is, what a cow is, what a dog is, what a
Right.
cat is.
Exactly. And that's a good point. And I remember, yeah, he had something called the Book of Origins, Darwin, and yeah, the basically, and that would make sense
Mhm.
what the aliens would do. And now, I think also we were talking before about the colonization of the aliens of the planet, and
Mhm.
I've heard like one of the things that came here, the Anunnaki, whatever they were, the angels, whatever they wanted gold from our planet, and they wanted
Mhm.
us to mine gold, and they
Yeah.
also wanted, yeah, to colonize our planet for a couple of different reasons. Now, could you speculate other reasons why they would want to colonize Earth?
Uh well, I believe that I shouldn't say I believe, but sometimes I think that because I don't like really 100% believe it, but sometimes I do think and that may be a possibility of how we got here on this planet
Mm-hmm.
was because millions of years ago, originally we came from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
We have been dying or whatever, the planet itself may have been dying, whatever. And those people struck out into the universe to find a suitable planet
Mm-hmm.
to populate
Mm-hmm.
and found Earth and settled on Earth, and we may possibly be the descendants of those beings.
Mm-hmm. And yeah,
Just a theory. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, yeah, cause
But
right, understood.
I
Right,
mhm.
right now,
So I just
now could it
think
be
that's a theory.
right now? There could be now from the Bible. There's something called the Book of Enoch that wasn't put in any of the mainstream Bibles, but it's in the Orthodox Bible.
Mhm.
So what happened was the creation that God created people. There are people here, and it was supposed to be a perfect place, but people fell from grace. And these things called the Watchers came to Earth because they liked the
Mhm.
Earth ladies and they wanted like gold and stuff from here, and they came down here and had these hybrids, and that could be an explanation. And maybe another thing about what you were saying, maybe we're related to people that did come here to see another planet and were human at the same time. Like there was humans here and then something else came
Right.
here. So like both are true. Like say I'm related to different European countries, in the same person. Like we could be related to different things. So and I think that like what Dark
Right.
Meta was questioning, like there are different alien species in theory. That there are the different ones, the lizards, the greys, and the different things. And as I believe that there could be beings out there, do they choose not to come to Earth and we're just being trolled by fallen angels like the ghosts? So I'll explain to you about the ghosts we're talking about earlier. So the reason why
Mm.
there's a new thing about ghosts being the fallen angels is that they can masquerade as a person that died and appear to people. And they can appear as an alien, and in the realm they're in, and the powers they have, they can do that. It's like a shape shifting lizard alien. Like you hear that, they're shape shifting. Like say my eyes could change, to different hues. I'm not a shapeshifter, but my eyes are.
Right.
But so basically, that is the theory that they're just causing a deception through that. But look, that was just one of the things that I've heard about. Now, do you think that the fallen angels, they could be doing that to deceive people? That there could be ghosts, and maybe they're people that aren't ghosts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I believe that is very possible. Just and for the purpose, just like you said, for the purpose of deception, and to make a person believe one thing, to lure them into, a path of doing something that the person may not normally do, but to make them believe that it's the right thing to do when it's not.
Like, have you heard of Yuri Bezanov?
And no.
Okay. Well, we're have to go down another rabbit hole. So, there's this KGB agent
Uh-oh.
that came over here and was talking about the Soviet Union when it existed, how it was using these ideological subversions to stabilize the United States through espionage, through a, media, all the things we see in the media. That was from some destabilization. And I think the fallen angels are doing the same thing through these different mediums of supernatural things like aliens and stuff. And the communism would originate from the evil angels getting people away from God. So they could get atheists, they could get spiritual people, they could be like the snake that could bite you and hit you with a tail. So I think, all the evil things are connected.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, if you look in history of socialism and communism, one of the things that they do, and it's in order to control the people, but also is that they ban religion.
Mm-hmm.
And that is also a way to turn people away from God, from religion, is by banning it and saying, you cannot believe in, this way. They want you to be an atheist, and they, tell you that there's no such thing as God, there's no such thing as heaven, there's no such thing as goodness, and this, that, and the other, to keep people in that state of despair, but also to control what you do and how you.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, and that's a common denominator when you look at any country, any country that's gone down that path of socialism and communism.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's one of the things that they take away from the people is religion.
Right, because in Russia they took away the church, and they did vandalism and stuff, and they did bring it back through different leaders, but basically overall they were because like Stalinism, that one was the one that like opened up churches, because that's why the churches are still there in Russia, because they didn't completely go through with it, because they got rid of the really woke people, and they went over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the stuff's
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do here. And that's what they're trying to do here in the United States, is they're trying to take our religion, they're trying to take our Christianity away from us. And by turning people away from religion, and that's why we're seeing this influx of, well, without actually coming out and saying it, but of another certain religion. That's why we're seeing this big influx of those people
Right.
And because that, again, will turn people
Right.
away from Christianity and
Right.
away from our belief, our core values.
Right. And you gotta like say like if you get like a remote and you say it's Jesus and it did things that Jesus didn't really do, and if it goes against the core values of Christianity, it's not Christianity.
Right.
And Jesus said there
Exactly.
would be many false prophets would arise, and they did. We see Christians and other certain faiths that like like Islam and stuff coming and whatnot, and Mormonism like they'll it's something a little different, like it's tweaked a little bit differently, and like with the aliens,
Mhm.
it's like it's tweaked a little bit differently. It's not the gods of the ancient people. It's these aliens that are coming, and I think some of the aliens look similar to the gods of the old religions. Do you agree with that?
I do. I think I mentioned to you about, I think it was Ra was the sun
Yeah,
god.
the sun god Ra. Yeah, I know about him.
Um, yeah.
I studied that in school.
And yeah. And okay, so you know about the chariot of gold. Well, if
Yes,
you look
yes.
at the hieroglyphs, that chariot of gold looks more like a spaceship.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not like the traditional like chariot like we would think of like in the Roman times with the horses and stuff like that. It's not that. It doesn't look like that. It looks more like a ship. So I kind of feel like, and that also goes back to the one you were talking about, Anouk.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think a lot of those ancient Egyptian like the pharaohs and stuff like that. They're the people, or not the pharaohs, but the people that their gods
Mm-hmm.
probably were aliens. I feel like they were. When you look at like I said, Ra, and you look at Set, and oh my gosh, I can't think offhand some of the other ones, but I feel like maybe they were possibly aliens, and I feel like my one of my theories, like I said earlier, one of my theories is that maybe we're descendants of aliens colonized from. But I also think maybe another theory, and that goes back to mining for gold and other precious metals. I believe they probably were mining for anything that they felt was useful to
Mm-hmm.
them.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly what, I don't know. But so maybe some of us may have been descendants of those aliens, but some people, because if you look around the world, look at the people around the world, how different people look from one another. So maybe some were already here, that it was natural evolution of to be here, and that these gods use those people as slave labor to mine and dig for, the gold and other elements that they needed,
Mm-hmm.
iron ore, things of that nature, whatever that they needed. And so maybe they use those people as slave labor, and possible that some of the aliens themselves might have been slave labor as well. Possibly, I don't know, kind of like how, Australia was colonized as a penal colony.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe at some point in time that's what happened here. Maybe some of those people, they were criminals on those planets and were brought here as a penal colony. Who knows? Just a theory, throwing it out there.
Right. And I think that makes sense. And also,
Yeah.
what do you think about about the Easter Island heads?
That is, like I said earlier in the chat, because they do. One thing I do know that they all face the same way.
Hmm.
And well, you found on that one that some of them are facing towards the village and others are facing towards the sea, which I did not know that. So, because last time I don't really, the Easter Island thing I haven't really looked at for a few years, but last time I looked at it, they were saying that they were all facing the same way, um, and that they didn't know why, what the significance of it was for them to all be facing the same way. So apparently at some point they must have found some others that were facing a different way. Um, but yeah, something, I mean, what was the purpose of them, of people carving, and how did they carve them out like that?
Yeah.
That's something that would have been, and the fact, I do know that they did find, basically they would carve them in one area and move them to another area where they wanted them to be at. How did they move them?
Yes.
That's something else, and that's something that is controversial as well. Is how did they move them? How did they get them from point A to point B?
Yeah, because they didn't have the technology that we
Mm-hmm.
have, and they were able to do all those things that we
Right,
couldn't do without basic technology, like advanced technology like we have. So they must have had extra help.
right. Yeah, because it's not like they could, lift them with a crane or something. They didn't have that technology then, so it's just kind of odd. How did they do that? What Same way as the Great Pyramids of Egypt. How did they build those? How did they get those stones from the quarries that we know now were miles and miles away? How did they get those and carve great big huge solid blocks and move them from the quarries to the place where they built the pyramids, and then once they got them to the pyramids, to get them up where they stacked them and to get them up there? How do they
Hmm.
do that? And again, that's something, a lot of controversy around that, of how that was even possible for the people of that time period, and the technology that was available to them, that we think that was available to them. They had to have help.
Hmm. And yeah,
And what was the purpose of it? That's the other thing. What was the purpose of it?
right. And also, basically, with the pyramids, like those big rocks that they moved around, and what were they dedicating it to? Because you think about that, they were having it
Mm-hmm.
to in two different parts of the world. They had these pyramids, and to build that shape in that way is miraculous.
Exactly. And to be, like you said, two different parts of the world, and centuries apart from one another.
Hmm. Right. And also, you know, and I noticed like Ra is depicted sometimes as having wings.
Yeah.
And like
A
the
lot of, and
angels.
that's the thing. A lot of these, and especially in different cultures in different parts of the world, a lot of the ancient gods are depicted that way. So it's very interesting that they're, how you can have so many different cultures and so many different core beliefs but yet they can still have so much similarities in their depictions of their gods.
Hmm. And also, now, have you heard of the comparison between, although Ra is like some kind of a demon, probably there's depiction of one of the pharaohs, and he believed that they should believe in one god, which is the sun god Ra. But it sounds similar to Christianity.
Hmm.
Like he was trying to go towards like our kind of faith, and then they like killed him off.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
Mm.
Yeah, that there was a time where they wanted only one God.
Mm.
And I believe, yeah, I do believe you. It was Ra that they said should have been the only true God.
Right. And like they like people sometimes in the idea of the Trinity is confusing. Is it is kind of a strange concept, but we got to remember, like if we could all agree that there is one God, there's islands and there's people on islands that agree that there is one God that existed, and okay, if we could all grasp that there is
Hmm.
one God, where does the idea of a Trinity come from? A Trinity came
Well,
from
that's a Trinity
because a
in,
Trinity is from not of our
yeah, in
world.
the Christian belief. Hmm.
Because like people like
Yeah.
about the Trinity or not, like the idea of a Trinity, it came from that humans we could fathom one God, but outside of our understanding is a Trinity, so it didn't originate from our thinking. Right. And it's like a marriage. There's two people in one marriage, but people could believe what they want, of course. But those are just my personal thoughts. And with the aliens, I definitely think and notice how they always have those elongated heads.
Hmm.
The aliens and the things that they're depicted as these,
Yeah.
these things. And also, basically, they, I think, another thing about from the Bible, how they had these prophecies of these different beings, these different things that John was seeing. It sounds like our modern stuff. They didn't really know how to describe it. They didn't really know like what it was. Just like the people, they thought it was a chariot. So yeah, I do agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And I think too that they use the word chariot because they didn't know any other way. That's the only word that they could come up with to describe it. But if you also look in like the book of Revelation, where it talks about describing the angels and things like that, if you really look at the description of the angels, it almost does sound like something from another world,
Mm-hmm.
or even another dimension. So it does make you wonder if that's not what people were seeing, if they were seeing aliens or seeing interdimensional creatures, and they just didn't know what else. Angels was the only thing that they knew to say to describe what they were seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe that.
Mm-hmm.
There is something, before I forget again, something I wanted to mention to you. I don't know if you've seen or heard about last couple of days. I think it was in California somewhere, I think, where lights had been
Mm-hmm.
seen. Like a triangular pattern was seen over an air base. And a lot of people, there's recordings on it and everything. It was on a couple of the news channels. I've seen it on YouTube and I think even Twitter. I think some people posted it on Twitter and stuff where they got recordings of uh, lights in the sky, like a triangular pattern, hovering over an air base.
Mm-hmm.
And my first reaction when I saw this, but it turned out it wasn't, because I told you about the lights that I saw
Mm-hmm.
near me about a year ago, and didn't still kicking myself for not getting recording it. But it's not the same ones. It's similar, but it's not the same, because what I saw, they were individual and they were moving individually. This one on the news, it's a triangular pattern and it's basically lights of one ship. But there's one really clear picture where you can actually see the outline, the shape of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a triangular ship.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something you might want to look at. It's kind of
Oh,
interesting.
recently, my mom sent me a, she sent me that article about the thing in California, and I'm gonna do a video about it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, definitely. Because even the people at the military base where it was hovering over, they're even coming out and saying, yeah, we saw this and we have no clue what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, going back a little bit, I think it would be foolish of us as a whole, as an entire planet, when the day comes, and the day will come, when beings from another world make themselves known,
Mm-hmm.
like beyond a shadow of a doubt, that yes, we are out here and we do exist and we are here to visit you.
Mm-hmm.
For anybody anywhere in the world to try to knee-jerk reaction and go on the defensive,
Mm-hmm.
and do something, I think it would be kind of foolish. I think our best bet would just be kind of take a breath, see what they do, let them make the first move. And if they
Mm-hmm.
seem like a threat, or do anything threatening or show themselves to be an invasion force, that's when we take action. But we should not be the first one, because we don't know what their intentions are. Their intentions
Mm-hmm.
could be peaceful. Their intentions could be just to say, hey, hi, how y'all doing? And if we go in gun blazing,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to react.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going to be pleasant, and we're not going to win. So it just food for thought for anybody who might be anybody important who might be listening.
Yeah. SC Wolverine said he wouldn't trust them.
I'd say not necessarily trust. It's more of a sit back and watch what they do. Watch their. Don't just be right off the cuff going out and, like I said, guns blazing or whatever. Just kind of, okay, let's figure out what you're about before we make a move.
Mm-hmm. And
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah, 'cause I wonder exactly With their, I remember in one of the videos I did recently. I think you saw it. It was like when the government was having their the people in the aircraft. They were in the military. They were watching it. And they didn't know what it was.
Hmm.
Mm.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And basically, I wonder, like, they don't know what it is, and I wonder, like, if it these people that dealt with alien crashes, if they had something, if they're contaminated from it.
That is a possibility.
Mm.
I saw a few years ago a I don't know if you want to, it was an interview with one of the men from the Roswell crash.
Mm. Right.
Of course, he's old, much older now. Well, he's probably passed away by now because this was a few years ago when this interview happened. And he said the only reason that he was speaking out at that point was because of he had been diagnosed with cancer, incurable, and he believed that it was something from that crash that caused his cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And so, he did believe that it was something from that crash that caused it. And, he's basically he was just coming out saying, yeah, there was a crash there. It did happen. There was alien life form,
Mm-hmm.
and if they're, all this stuff about, they're just saying, oh, it didn't happen, oh, da 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 da. It's a cover up,
Mm-hmm.
and that the video that circulates that everybody sees of the alien autopsy says now that was fake because that was deliberately put out um, as a propaganda, or I don't know, that's probably not the right word to use, but as a way to debunk, because they did fake that autopsy and they deliberately put it out as a quote unquote leak. It wasn't leaked out, it was a deliberate to put it out into the public so that they can turn around and say, oh no, look, you can see the rubber, you can see the you know seam from the mask and all that. It was done deliberately so they could point to these little things so they could say, look, this is a fake. It's just all fake. This doesn't happen. There was no alien crash landing. There was, that never happened. And that's why I said that about with movies and stuff, movies and TV shows and stuff like that. They plant things that are real, or not really plant things, but they depict things in there that actually did happen that are real, but it's a way for them to come back later on and say, oh no, to debunk it, to say, oh no, that was fake, that didn't happen, that was from, you saw that on a movie, or you saw that on such and such TV show. A way to debunk things.
Mm-hmm. And
So
yeah,
that they do that a lot.
I'm sure you got a full dose of radiation from talking to an alien like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, because I remember, like, so the different species of the aliens that have been seen in modern times, like, there was the Greys, the lizard aliens, and, like, uh, like, white people looking aliens, like, like blonde looking aliens. and like animalistic ones, because SC Wolverines was curious and he wasn't here earlier, so I was just like telling him what the apparent species that were out there, and
Mhm.
basically, those are the different sightings. And I the reason why, like, I was always interested in religion and stuff, and I do like mentioning different things in the channel, and and it kind of ties into the aliens because it has to do with the fallen angels, sort of. So that's why I'll dip into it, and I have learned from different people that have studied their whole lives to, like, because I've watched people that refute different religions and stuff. That was like one of the things I was like, debates, religious debates. I used to watch that like before ABL. I would watch that a lot. The Muslims and Christians debating for hours.
Mhm.
I know them. Like, I know people
Yeah.
that debate the Muslims and stuff, and I learn things from them, and I don't mind refuting if I have to. And like, they say, like, Jesus, where did he say, "I'm God, don't worship me"? And but where does it say
Mhm.
specifically, "Don't worship me, I'm not a god"? He doesn't say, like, it's not either one. It's like a strawman argument. So they tell you, where does he say, "Fall down, worship me, I'm a god"? Where did Jesus say that? Where did he say, "Do not worship me, I'm not a god"? In those
Yeah.
specific words, it's a strawman argument,
Right.
because he literally says that, like, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. He saw Satan fall like
Mhm.
lightning. He was there before anything was. And right, so that's basically because earlier in chat, one of our friends was Mormon, and that's okay. And they got offended and they left the chat room, and that's fine. But I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I like to talk about these things. I choose
And
to.
it's mhm.
I choose to talk about them.
And you're absolutely right. It is he that's exactly what he said. He says that no one comes through to the Father but through me.
Right. And
So
yeah.
so he's saying, he I believe he says, I am the way, I am the light,
Right.
and so he says,
Mm.
you have to take him as your savior
Mm-hmm.
if you want to see the kingdom of God. You have to go through him first.
Right. And like, I remember, like, I was learning from one of his name is Sam Shimon. Uh, him and I had some differences in some other topics, but him and I see eye to eye. But he's a little bit more fighty than, like, I'm more laid back than him. So I remember, like, he was telling
Mm.
us about the Mormons. It's like they believe that there's this God was on another planet worshiping another god, and then he became a god, and Jesus died on the cross and became a god. That's not what it was supposed to be.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, Jesus died for our sins. So
What they believe that, but there is other
it's it's it's
things.
it's kind of it's one of those things that's hard to explain, but it's to
Right.
take, because he is the son of God.
Right.
So to believe in him and to take him into your heart
Right.
is the way to worship God and the way to the kingdom of heaven.
Right. Like, let's just say, like, Hansel didn't go out like as some people wanted him to do and do stupid things. Hansel became Alien Spaceship and went on YouTube and
Mm-hmm.
continued doing the Christianity and the alien stuff he did at school. So, like, saying did something I didn't do, it wouldn't be me.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But, and SC Wolverines agrees with us. He said Jesus is the one and only way. And
Yes.
he said it's healthy to talk
Yes.
about this, because one of our friends, Georgia Peach, was telling me, she agrees with us, and she was telling us that that these are hot button topics. But I told her, and she wasn't telling me not to do it. She was just like saying that they're hot button topics, and I don't mind talking about them. I was trained to do it,
Yeah.
and Like,
And it's, and my thing is everybody has their own beliefs.
and that's fine. They can
I
have them.
respect that.
I do too.
Yes, exactly.
I wasn't
And
disrespectful.
and I respect that. Yeah. Um, yeah, exactly. It's not meant out of any disrespect or anything like that. It's just this is the way,
Like, no one, like, they could say what they believe.
how I was raised, and
Like, if it's like if it was the other
right,
way around, we would be called like racist or something. Like, it's like you know what I mean? Like a Christian can't say something,
right,
but another religion can say something to us.
right.
And yeah, but
And
yeah,
I have no problems if somebody else has, their own beliefs. I will sit and listen to you and,
hmm,
hear about your beliefs and how you feel and, what you think about, certain things. I have no problem sitting and listening to somebody,
right, right. And it's like, how could he like be able to cure people and forgive sin if he was just a guy like me?
Mhm.
And yeah, so because he through his life he showed that, and it's good that I have all of you that do believe the same thing. But I know also how to get people to see another perspective. Like like Sam was in the mosque debating the Muslims, and he told them. He said, "Okay, if we could all agree that God in the islands and different places that there is one God, where does the Trinity come from?" And the guy dropped his mouth open. If it didn't come from our world and
Yeah.
our point of view, then it didn't come from us. So it had to come from God. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean that's what I personally was raised to believe, that the Trinity is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Same.
Whereas you have the Father God
Uh huh.
who created Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
the Father
Mm-hmm.
of Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
to walk the earth,
Right.
to basically die for our sins. He went through what he had to go through to die for us. And then the Holy Ghost, which is when after his flesh and blood body died, his spirit ascended, and that's the Holy Ghost. So that's where the Trinity comes from.
Mm-hmm. And
That's
yeah.
and that's, like I said, that's the way what I was taught anyways.
Right. I became like a Protestant later because I'm like the Pope. I'm not like a big fan of him, the Pope, but like it is the successor of Peter. But human institutions, I feel, could be corrupted sometimes. But the Catholic is still a true faith. But
Mm.
I was raised Catholic, and I'm very close to the Catholic faith. I just the Pope. I'm not like 100%. I don't believe in his authority completely, but in my opinion. But I'm not saying like I could be wrong. But basically, and I believe in being Bible based is important. And but everything else is fine. Like with the different Trinitarian beliefs, because like Jesus said, like the Muslims will say, like Jesus said this about that he would send the Comforter, and a refutation of this is if Jesus sends the Comforter, and they think it's Muhammad. So if Jesus sent the Comforter, he sent Muhammad, so therefore he's God, because God sent Muhammad.
Mhm.
Right. In Islam, they say that Jesus created a bird out of clay and breathed life into it, and that's what God did.
Now I've heard about that,
Mm-hmm.
but I've heard that in Jewish Hebrew belief.
You see, because they take things from
The
different religions.
the clay and breathing life into it.
Yeah, because it comes from like they took different Gnostic traditions and they like infused it into their religion. Say, hey, we're the same thing, but it's not really the same thing. And yeah, because think of it as water. Water can be frozen. Water can be liquid and whatnot. And
Mm.
also, it could be liquid and it could go in different forms. and and they had the sacrifice of the rams and the goats and things, and then they had Jesus as the final thing to die for the sins, and that's why it's Latina wasn't understanding how it worked. But that's the whole point. We don't understand. It's kind of strange to us because it's not from our realm of understanding. We're talking about interdimensional beings, about aliens, about how they could shapeshift into ghosts and the Greys, or even the Greys themselves, aliens from other planets, how they could do things we can't understand. So the Trinity, although I could explain it and make it more understandable, it's hard to understand because it's not from our realm of understanding. We can only fathom one God, but the Trinity is more difficult because it's not from our realm.
Yeah.
It's not something somebody made up.
Right.
Because humans, we're simple. Like, they think the Aztecs and people think that a drone is something from space. They think that we think that even the aliens that come here, we don't really understand them. We're just simple people because that's how God made us. Because He likes simple things, but we ate the forbidden fruit and we got advanced and maybe too soon or whatever. And
Mhm.
it kind of, yeah, but pray for the people that are confused, because they mean well. But basically, I study this. I went in different faiths like you. I studied different faiths, and this is the conclusion I came to. It's Christianity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, you know, it is kind of the, trying to explain the concept of the
But
Trinity.
I can explain it like this. Say a
You
marriage,
can't. A person can't.
and yes, as S.C. Wolverine said, the Trinity is spiritual, and it's like, say a husband and a wife are two different people in one marriage.
Mhm.
And they're two separate people and one as one person because married is they join to one, and that's how we're made in God's image. Because we can marry a man and a woman, marry, and that reflects God's image. And it's two people in one marriage. So, or a business, or it's like two different people in one thing. Yeah, and so that's a way of explaining it. And there's many verses like King David prayed to the Spirit. From the Jewish text, they talk about a Trinity. It goes all the way back there.
Yeah.
And it's very clear. Like, maybe they didn't specifically say there's no Trinity. They didn't specifically say Jesus said to not worship Him, whatever they say. But if you look at the context and what they were saying and the actions, that's what they meant. But as we said, the aliens, the different groups, they try to turn people away from God in many different ways.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's definitely, you can see that everywhere. Not just here in the United States, but all around the world. You can see where they're actively, especially with Christians, turning people away from their faith.
Right. And I remember, like, I I was at church when I was young, and I kept on progressing, and I always had a close connection to God, and I took the Bible literally and Christianity literally because they say if anyone adds or takes away from what's there, it's false. It specifically says that.
Right.
And also, I was wondering, do you live in an area where there's like a lot of woods, or is it like a city?
I live in the city, but there are wooded areas
Yeah.
uh, close by. I live in Ohio, so we're a bunch of cities here and there in middles of cornfields and woods.
Hmm. And do you see like now? Do you have ancestors in the Civil War?
Yes.
That's cool. And also, they fought with the Union, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm related to both
Yes.
sides.
My great grandfather was Union Ohio Cavalry.
Well, that's good. And look, I want to say that it's very interesting to meet you in general, but it's also to meet the people like from the north. I'm related to Missouri, the state of Missouri, so I'm related to it also, and from a long
Mm.
time ago. And I'm also related to the Confederacy as well. And I think it's important that your ancestors united the country. I think that was very important for them to do that.
Oh, definitely. And I think that too, with a lot of the controversy of, especially the, going on right now, trying to divide the country, um, a lot of the, what's focused on is the Confederate side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, they're pumping this belief that all white people are descended from people that fought in the Confederate side, and they're forgetting there was a whole other side. You can't have a war with just
Mm-hmm.
one group of people.
Mm-hmm.
A war is two groups or more. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so they're not. So people are forgetting there was a whole other side to that war, and that
Mm-hmm.
whole other side was the Union.
Right. And
So not
yeah,
every single white person in America is a
mm-hmm.
descendant of
The Confederacy.
people from the South,
Right.
the Confederacy, exactly. And also what's not being said is not every single person in the South during that time were slave owners.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It was like what, like something like 1%, something like that of the population.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's something else that's not being told.
Right. And I think that like the because the southern economy had slavery was like the big thing like that their economy was based on, and I think like most of them had something to do with the slavery, and that's why they wanted to keep it.
Mm.
Because a lot of people, it's like they had it, because people used, maybe they didn't all have a big plantation, but they used them for different things and stuff. And it's good that eventually it was done away with, and they, because if America was divided into two different countries, I
Yeah.
mean it would be terrible. Like a World War I and II, it would have been such a backwards place here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then that's where going into now, they're trying to put us right back there. They're trying to
Hmm.
divide the country once again. And what, what was a country divided cannot stand.
Hmm.
Isn't that what Abraham Lincoln said?
Yeah, a house divided against
You
itself will
know?
not stand. A
Yeah,
house divided will not
exactly.
stand.
So, and that's what will not stand. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And so it's what's the purpose of dividing us now? You
Hmm.
know,
Right.
again, that's about control.
Right. Now.
If we are bickering and fighting with each other, we're looking this way. What are they doing over there? It's
Hmm.
I said that one time. It's like a when you're at the circus.
Hmm.
When you're watching the clowns, what the clowns are doing, don't watch what the clown's doing. Watch what the ringmaster's doing. Because while
Hmm.
you're over here looking at the clowns and being entertained by them, the ringmaster's over here up to something.
Hmm. Oh.
You
Yeah.
know, so that's where we need to stop looking at the clowns and start looking at the ringmasters. What are they up to? What are they doing?
Right.
You know.
And also, some of my relatives feel betrayed by me that I became, Republican. But it's just the Democrats are just so woke, and some of my relatives
Yeah.
are still in the Civil War. Like I remember, but they have conservative values, but they're just kind of from another time period where the Democrats are a little bit different. But still, I could still
Yeah.
see signs of the old like South in there. which I like the South and the culture and the like as a Southern nationalism, but I think it's important
Oh
that
yeah,
America won though. And remember, like the Abraham Lincoln had the statues built to bring like unity between the two countries, and I think that was the right thing to do.
hmm
And that because they both sides had their own like nationalism to their different regions. When you take away the statues, it causes more of a problem and it causes more division. But that's what they want. The Democrats want to do the thing they did before, but different.
exactly.
Like all the abortion, all the blacks killing each other. It's like this. It's like the same thing.
Exactly. And this, and don't get me wrong. I've been to southern states many times. I love the people down south. They're
Yeah.
great,
Thanks.
salt of the earth people,
Thanks.
and yeah, definitely. And beautiful country. Oh gosh,
Thanks.
beautiful country down there.
It is. Yes.
And it is. And but I forgot where I was going with that.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, I mean,
Yes.
people down south, they're not bad people,
Yeah.
But like you said, the Democrats. That's where I was going. The Democrats of that time, the old Democrats,
Mm-hmm.
compared to now, it's night and day.
Mm-hmm.
The ones now, they are so far out there. I mean, it's where are you going? What are you doing? They are just so far out there that it's just like what I don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
And I even made the comment before, like liberals, for example. I remember when liberals were, they were
Mm-hmm.
anti-war and anti-government and anti-Big Brother and all this. And look at them now. Oh, they want war. They want, the government. They want the government in your life, and and all this is like, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make
Right.
any sense. It's like the liberals today are nothing like the liberals 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Right. And also, like I was like told like the like when the Union came here, they like there was a war, so like they like wrecked the South. Now, do you know of like what was like the Union's view of the South? Like, did they try to? Do you think they were trying to unite the country, or although it's a war, I understand that, but like some people think like they were trying to oppress the South like, after the Civil War. What are your thoughts, if you have any thoughts about that?
Well, the Civil War originally was about because the country was expanding west,
I heard about that.
and Lincoln, yeah, well, not Lincoln. I think even before Lincoln, but the North, the Union, as the expansion happened, they wanted to say, okay, any future territories, because you got to remember, we were not states at that time. We were territories.
Like countries.
Um, right, exactly. So, the Union said, any future expansions, those territories will be Union territories,
Mm-hmm.
which would have stunted the growth of the Southern territories.
Mm-hmm.
The Confederates said, no, wait a minute, hold on here. You're basically saying we can't expand into, we don't have any borders or anything, that we can expand into.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of, that's what really got things going. was because the South felt like they were being basically, you have, this is the land that you have, this is the area that you have, and that's all you're going to get. And we, the northern side, we're going to keep expanding and we're going to take over everything. And you're just going to get this one little tiny chunk.
Mm-hmm.
And the South said, no, that ain't happening. And that's what actually kicked off the war. And the freeing the slaves was more kind of an afterthought.
It's like somebody was like in there.
It's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, and as I know, Abraham Lincoln, he really liked the South, and he had Dixie played, and he slapped them like on the wrist, so to speak. And it reminds me of the thing with King George and the American colonies. And I remember, like, my dad's side's from Britain, so I was looking at that perspective, and he was going to actually grant the Americans what they wanted, but America wanted to be a separate country, and it mirrors that. But as I told you, I'm glad that we're one country. I mean, one hurricane would have just knocked the South out, and there would be no more South.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, and look at, countries now, that are divided like that. Like you have North Korea and South Korea, and at one point you had East Germany and West Germany. Mm-hmm. Those countries are not being very successful because they are divided. And of course, Germany finally got their act together and became one. Right. But you still have, places like Korea that's still divided like that. And it's just, things aren't going very well over there.
Right. And also, basically, I remember that in the Civil War, there was these, both sides were, they're fighting, and England, like, they didn't interfere to help the South, like the different countries. They didn't want to have. It was basically turning into a worldwide conflict, and I remember the slavery thing was the main thing. Like people were against, but now both sides had the slaves. But like eventually it was like done away with. Now I'm related to the Union also through Missouri, as I said before, and I'm related to different countries in Europe from my dad's side, and also through my mom's side. They weren't all in America, but some of them were here. So I'm related to like both of them, and I think that, do you think the statues, them doing that, they're trying to cause another division, like you said before, they're trying to cause another division?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They're definitely trying to cause another division, because the purpose of doing that is if we're divided. Mm-hmm. I mean, just think about if we stood if the people, we the people, stood united mm-hmm. against what DC is doing. Oh man, I better shut up right now because I'll get myself in trouble.
Right. Also,
but they're terrified of what we would do.
Right.
That's what it boils down to.
Right. And also, what I know now, I heard a theory that the bankers in Europe, they're trying to divide the country into two different pieces, and Lincoln didn't want that to happen, and he was trying to keep it together, like they did in North Korea and South Korea, Vietnam, South Vietnam, but America didn't budge because Abraham Lincoln kept it together. And then what happened next was now they're trying it a different way. I think that's probably possible because they sometimes they would fund both sides and they would have a chess game over it. So I think that's maybe a possibility. That's a conspiracy theory I've heard.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just we're A chess game is the right analogy.
Hmm.
That is the perfect analogy right there, because we're just nothing but pawns to them.
Right.
You know, they're just going to move us around on the chessboard where they feel, we're needed, and then once we're no longer useful, just take them out of the game. You
Right.
know?
And I remember when I was in Kentucky, I have this flag from a Confederate brigade. It's a red cross and it's blue, but it's not the other flag. I didn't get that one of just yet when I was collecting stuff, and I wouldn't hang it outside because like I wouldn't want like my the people here to think I'm trying to
Mm.
be against them in my opinion, and they don't fly anything against me. But it's not that like I don't mind telling them that I don't mind the different flags and things, but I just don't think it's
Yeah.
necessary. I have an American one outside, but like basically it's a Confederate Kentucky brigade, and I remember I got that and I like ran around with it in Kentucky, and then I'm like I didn't know it was a border state, but there's like a kind of the middle. Like, have you noticed, like in the northerner states, it seems more acceptable to have the Confederate flags than like in New Orleans now. It's kind of like flipped around
I mean,
because like it's more of a black area.
I've seen like, yeah, I've seen like a few people, not a whole lot, but I have seen like a few people, but mostly out in the country.
Mm.
It's usually out in the country areas, in the rural areas,
Now I said I
where
like the
you
flag.
might see somebody with a Confederate flag. But I think it's just more, I don't think it's like a
I don't think it is either. I,
I don't think it's viewed as like a being a racial thing. I think
well,
it's more of a proud to be a Southerner
yeah, like
type thing. You
I
know?
like the Confederate flag as a Southerner thing, but I wouldn't have it as a racist thing. And I like the country. I had well, my uncles in the country. A lot of the farmers I know are in the country. I like the country, and I like the flag as a Southerner thing. And I'm just saying, like, I don't think people here would mind. I mean, I could try it out to see how it goes, but like New Orleans has some jackasses. I know it's kind of graphic, but and and I don't really care what people do or think of me, but it's like I don't like want people to think I'm doing something and they're just ignorant and they don't know any better. Like I don't want them to think I'm racist, but I'm not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I don't think it is. I don't think people think that, but you got one guy that doesn't know two plus two, and he goes, "Oh, that's something bad."
Yeah.
And like I've never seen a Black Lives Matter flag from but I've seen the white liberals have Black Lives Matter flags
Yeah.
all the time, but not the black people.
Right.
But I said I might try that out and see what
And I think
happens. Yeah.
that's kind of flipped here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Here in my area, where just it's mostly black people that have the Black Lives Matter stuff and all that, and it's more like, well, why do you subscribe to that ideologically? Blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Why do you subscribe to that? And well, because Whitey's bad.
Exactly.
They don't have a
Exactly.
real answer other than what's programmed into them.
Right.
You know,
Right. And in a way, like,
and it's like, well,
go on.
as I say, it's just, when you try to ask them, pinpoint them on something specific. Well, when have what specific racism have you personally experienced?
Right.
They can't answer that. Things like that. When you try and pin them down to anything specific, they can't answer it, and then that's when they go into their, Nazi, racist, this, that, the other, cursing you and all this stuff and everything. They only know what they're being programmed, and they only repeat like
Mhm.
parrots
Mhm.
what they're told instead of thinking for themselves.
Right. And I
And
always
that's where
yes.
I
Go on.
yeah, I would say that's where I just believe that's where all of these people that with all of this political propaganda stuff, no matter what it is, if you're talking about BLM, if you're talking about pride, if you're talking about anything, climate change, anything, all of these radicalized people, they they are only parroting and repeating what they're told. They're not thinking for themselves. They're just they're thinking what they're told to think.
Mhm.
And
Right.
there goes your brainwashing and there goes your control.
It's like slavery all over again.
Exactly. It's slavery of the mind and slavery of the emotion.
Right. And because I remember basically in New Orleans when they took down the statues, they had some black people that were upset about it. Well, a lot of them, like all the black people I talked about in my area, they don't care about the statues or the flag or anything, and they just are trying to go to work or
Mhm.
live their lives, and they know it's a southern thing, and of they basically like then you got all these white liberals and some black people, and they're just they get all like emotional about it, and that's what the communists did in Germany and Russia. They took down all the statues, and so although, as I said, it was terrible, like what the Nazis did, in Germany, and they want to blame the German people for what Hitler did, but they had nothing to do with it, and then they want to blame America for what they did, and blame everybody for what they did. So it started a chain reaction.
Right.
And yeah, so yeah, I think it's cool about the talking to someone from. Although I talk to people all over because of YouTube, doing a call like this, it wasn't done really before. But yeah, so I like the Confederate flag as a Southern thing, and I have Confederate stuff like in my room, and Union stuff too. I have
Mhm.
both. I like both sides.
Right.
Both American, and but I might try to hang the flag, see what happens, and I can make a video about it. And it's like the spaceship. People come to the spaceship. Yeah, but basically, do you have people in like World War II and World War I?
My grandfather fought in World War II.
Oh, that's cool. Was he in Japan or Germany?
So yeah, Germany.
Okay, mine, my,
Yeah,
yeah, my ancestor.
that's actually kind of an interesting thing there,
Mm-hmm.
because I have my grandfather on one side of my family, which that's the side of the family that's been in this area forever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
My ancestors of this area on that side of the family's been in the Ohio Territory, in the Ohio Valley since before the Europeans came. So,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I do have a few drops of Indian blood in me.
Right.
Then on the other side of my family, my grandfather was a child at the time when his parents left Germany to flee the Nazi invasion.
Mm-hmm.
So there's German on that side of the
Okay.
family.
Okay.
So to have one grandfather fleeing the country to get out of the war, I got another grandfather who went into the fray,
Mm-hmm.
into the war.
Yeah, that's interesting. And well,
Yeah,
that's good that your ancestor was able to come here, much better here. But do you see like a parallel how like the left and them act like the Nazis?
definitely.
It's like people came here to get freedom, and I have a German ancestor, well, many of them on both sides, but I have a mixture of like Mediterranean and Central and Northern Europe. I have like a mixture, and
Hmm.
basically, he came over here because of some little wars that were taking place during the German Empire, Prussia, and he came in the 1800s, and he came to New Orleans for some reason, and he came here to flee some problems. So I can relate to you in a way. Like my ancestor was leaving Germany for another reason a little while back.
Okay, all right.
And also,
Yeah, and
yeah,
seeing that's something else too. It's just,
everybody came here trying to get away from
yeah,
something.
it's just interesting because everybody came here. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
I
And
mean, you got to figure, even talking about, your ancestors that, came from, Britain.
mhm,
Well, see, and I have that too.
yes,
On the one side of my family, I have those ancestors that came over from England,
mhm,
of Britain, and ended up settling in this area, and so they came. Those people when that came over on the Mayflower and Santa Maria and all that, they came over to escape the oppression of their religious beliefs.
mhm, yes.
You know.
I remember, like, I was seeing because my dad's side, yeah, he just was here on vacation, and he met my mom, and he came here, and then he like has issues, and he didn't come back here. And but I didn't meet him, but like I kind of was vaguely in touch with his family, and then I got back in touch, but they're still uh kind of has some issues. My uncle has some issues because we have different beliefs, but basically, yeah. So I have different British ancestors and French ones, like from Canada and different places. But yeah, everybody came here,
Hmm.
and now our country is being turned into some thing from Europe, and I think it's important that we all expose it and stand up against it, because if like Ronald Reagan said, if America is lost, there will be nothing left.
Right.
All right.
Exactly.
Now, I don't recall. Did you ever see alien sightings?
Like actual aliens, no. But I've seen ships. I've seen things. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I can't even say. I won't even say ships. I've just seen lights in the sky that just didn't seem normal. They didn't seem like they come here.
Yeah.
So I told you about that I had last year. That what I saw last year. Those lights, the red
Oh, yes.
orbs is
Yes.
about
Oh,
the only
yeah.
thing
Now.
way I can. And that's not the first time. Yeah, that's not the first time I've seen stuff like that,
Oh,
though.
really? Wow. And
Yeah, I
so,
had when I was. Mhm.
here you go on.
Oh, as I say, when I was a teenager, when I was a teenager, I spent a couple years in boarding school, girls' boarding school,
Mm-hmm.
and me and one of my friends, we were one night sitting talking and looking out the window, and we both saw it. Just a single white light drop down straight, vertically, in a straight line, and stopped and hovered, and then went in a horizontal line, shot off to the right, stopped and hovered, then came back to the original point, and then in another horizontal line, shot off to the left and stopped and hovered, and then came back again to the original point, and then straight up vertically and disappeared. So it's
Yeah.
kind of, we're both looking at each other like, what the heck was that?
It's like,
And it definitely was not a plane.
yeah, it's like, you weren't tripping on something. It was like you both saw it. And,
No, definitely
right,
not.
right. And also, what I remember, like, I was watching ABL one night, and I told you about this, but I really like talking over texting, and also chat, and everybody could hear the stories of the aliens as well. And so basically,
Mm.
with the after ABO Live, I was looked at the horizon and the south, the southeast, and I saw this blue thing come up, like straight up, and I knew it was something. So I filmed it and it didn't come out right, but I filmed it and it stayed there and it disappeared. And that was the most alien thing that I ever encountered.
Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah, I did
Hmm.
see that video. And yeah, I didn't. You couldn't really quite see it too well on the video, but you definitely you saw little glimpses that something was there.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and yeah, so it's well, and what gets me is here lately. I'd say what within the past 5 years or so, 5, 8 years. Um, there's been more and more and more of these sightings, and more people are seeing them, and more of it is getting captured on video.
Hmm.
Um, so that's kind of what makes me feel and believe like you know I've heard all of my life, going all the way back to late '70s and everything. That, oh, aliens are going to visit us someday. Aliens are going to
Hmm.
visit us someday. But I think now that we're seeing more and more of this kind of stuff, and more people are seeing it, it's about to happen. It's about to happen, and you're seeing it all over the world. It's not just in out in nowhere land or whatever. It's happening in people in cities are seeing this,
Hmm.
and it's something that can be, just old crackpot person or drunk person or something telling stories or whatever.
Hmm.
I mean, you're seeing this where people in cities, traffic's coming to a standstill because so many people are seeing this, and they're looking at it and going, what is this? What the heck is this? You
Hmm.
know? So it's no longer, just the, tinfoil hat or the crackpot or whatever that's, telling alien stories anymore. This is something that's
Hmm.
something big is about to happen.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. And basically, like my friend was trying to warn everybody he could about the aliens and what was going on, and everyone thought he was silly or crazy. And I mean now, I mean it's obvious now that there's something going on.
Yeah.
Have you heard
And
of?
and like you said, like you said earlier, it's like if I were to tell people like what I saw when I was a teenager 20 years ago, and telling people about that, oh, well, what was you smoking?
Mm,
How much did you have to drink that night? That was the usual, comeback. But now it's like, hey, okay, I saw, this is what I saw. They saw something too,
mm. Yeah, I remember I was watching the internet and I watch a lot of videos about different mysteries and things, the supernatural, and I'm gonna
Hmm.
make more videos about that soon. And remember, there was like a dude taking a video, and a gray alien was peeking behind something and ran off, and it could have been CGI, but like it would be creepy to encounter one of those things if it was had bad intentions. If there are good ones, if there were bad ones, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
too nice. And they like the secluded areas. And I remember, like, when I did the ads, I had these ad campaigns a couple of months ago, and a couple, a lot of people clicked on it. And I remember the people are talking to me, telling me their theories, and one person, I think it's a subscriber, he's cool. He was freaking out on me and saying, there'll be one day, like, I'll be old, and there'll be aliens here on Earth just hanging out with us, and I thought they were bad, but I'm like, all right, understood. I'm just talking about the fallen angels. He's like, yeah, that's right, the Greys. That's exactly what I was talking about in the video. So he didn't even watch the video, but he understood like what I meant. I made it clear. And apparently on Pluto, there's
Yeah.
something there. There's something on Pluto.
It could be.
Yeah, and
I haven't heard that before, but I mean, it's so far out from Earth. That's a possibility. And why? And on that, I'm still mad at Degrassi for declassifying Pluto. Pluto is a planet,
oh, it is a planet. I agree.
and that's all I'm gonna say. And that's all I'm gonna say on that.
And SC Wolverines is saying that I'm showing to like people that are watching the UFOs, and the basically he's saying the UFOs are creepy and he doesn't know what to think about them. And yeah, like it is scary to encounter one of these things. And I'm showing like some of the sightings and some of the animations of them, and they are scary. To see. I mean, because a lot of people.
Yeah.
All these people that were abducted by them, they always have some terrible story about it.
Well, yeah.
I've never heard like somebody was in the mall and they dropped something and the alien was like, "If you forgot this, and here's a piece of Martian rock." They would try to go and like.
But that wouldn't make as interesting of a story.
True. And, right.
So I
right.
mean, basically, it's just it's like if somebody did encounter a nice one and came forward with their story, oh, okay, it might just be like a little side piece blurb or something, but then that would be about it. Whereas somebody who says, hey, I was abducted by an alien and they did all these horrible experiments on me and they did, well, that's the news that we want to hear.
So you're saying if there's good experiences, the media's not going to cover it?
Exactly.
Kind of like if
exactly.
Like if police killed more white people than black people, they're just going to focus on the few black people that got killed.
Exactly. Because that's the story people want to hear.
Yeah, because you see like how all of this is like linked together. Like I was talking about earlier about the veggies. Now, remember about that way earlier. So you believe also that the food, it's like they're trying to control the food to control the people.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what they do in any country where they try to suppress, people and, to control them.
Yeah.
Is you control, and that's that goes. I mean, that's one of the things. What do you do in war? What do you do in war? You cut off the supply chain.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened in World War II.
That's how. Exactly. In all wars, that happens in all wars. I mean, they did that over in Afghanistan. They did that in Vietnam. They did that. All wars are like that. That's the first order of business. Cut off the supply chain. Because once you cut off that supply chain, now it's easy to go in and invade. And that's what we're looking at right now. Is we're looking at an invasion from within. And they cut off that supply chain. How easy is it going to come steamroll over us?
Exactly. And yeah, and imagine like being in the woods or something, and one of those aliens come. I mean, that would be enchanting.
Oh yeah, that'd be so cool. But listen, let me ask you this,
Hmm.
because you made a comment about seeing a video or something of an alien peeking around a bush and then running off. Do you think it's possible? And so I've got to use this analogy. I'm a big Star Trek fan, so the best analogy that I could put is like the prime directive is no non-interference.
Hmm.
So do you think it's possible that this alien may have just been an observer and that they have like kind of a rule or a
Hmm.
protocol or something that they're to observe from a distance, not to be seen, not to interact with us?
Yeah.
And when that particular alien, when he was doing his observation or whatever, and then oops, I got caught, I got seen, and that's why he ran off, was because, oh my gosh, you saw me.
Yeah, although I do not trust the Greys, and I do think they may not be that good, in a hypothetical situation that I could be wrong, that definitely that this was a good gray alien that was just trying to observe a person and they got caught, and this is an example of an alien sighting that wasn't a horror story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they answered my own question, I guess. And
Yeah. There you go.
and yeah, I'm looking at these headlines, and yeah, there's a photograph of a little somebody chilling on Pluto. Apparently, I'm looking at it right now, and I see Wolverines and whoever sees it.
Huh.
Uh, but yeah, but basically, another theory was like there were some of the aliens that were working with the fallen angels because they were bad, and basically, yeah, and then and SC Wolverines, I'm telling them that I agree with you, SC Wolverines, about that. And another thing SC Wolverines was pointing out, and if they are good, why are they abduct people then? Hello.
You're asking me or Wolverine?
Oh, so, and I believe the Greys are bad. Maybe not. Like I think they're all bad, but I hypothetically could be wrong. But I believe they're bad or fallen angels or evil. But what SC Wolverines was pointing out was, if they are good, or why do they abduct people? I'm asking you that.
Oh, well, I think, like I said earlier, I think my theory on that is, uh, that they don't understand us, that they, uh, they're just trying to get a better understanding of, we're a new kind of creature to them,
Yeah,
and
and
they're just trying to get a better understanding of what we are, and I don't think, and and there could be those bad ones that they're just, like I said, I use that analogy of mad scientists, that they're doing, experimentations, and they're, seeing, different kinds of experimentations to find out what can harm us and what can kill us, and
it's like,
things like that. And then I think that there are just some that are just, they're not good or bad, that they're just more trying to figure it out.
yeah, and I said I think like they're not that good because they abduct people, and like they're trying to like experiment on us. I know what you mean, like it's like a scientist or something, but it still isn't the best thing to be a lab rat. Like, and I think they are fallen angels disguised as aliens, or they're bad aliens working with them,
Mm-hmm.
as we talked about before. But those are some good points about what you were saying. But yeah, I personally, and I guess Wolverines, that they're not to be trusted, and they're bad because like they abduct people. It's like
Yeah.
And it's like me and like SU Wolverines, like if we were in the spaceship, like I wouldn't want to be experimented by them personally.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be either. No, don't get that wrong. I wouldn't want to be experimented on either. But at the same time, it's just kind of more of an understanding of, like look at us humans. Lab rat. There you go. That's a good analogy there. We take. When I say we, a scientist or whatever will take a rat out of the cage or a mouse or whatever out of the cage and do all these experiments because we don't view a rat on the same level of intelligence as us.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? Maybe they are intelligent. Maybe they do have a grasp on things like we do. You could be experimenting on, this scientist could be experimenting on a rat that knows the equation of space travel. But we don't know that. And because we don't view them as being intelligent like that. And I think that's the same thing with those aliens. They don't view us as being intelligent beings.
That's still not really too good.
That's not good. No, you're right. It's not. But and I'm not saying that they're right for doing that. It's just, I guess there's just more of kind of understanding that this is why they do it. Rather than, and I guess I'm just more or less like, instead of blaming them or holding a grudge against them, it's just more or less trying to understand why they do what they do.
Right.
And then, like I said, there are some that I think that they're just like what you guys are saying, that they're just plain old evil and they don't care and they're just going to do whatever they want to do to us because they just don't care.
Now, also,
and they don't care that they're harming us, and
right. Do you think? Now, also, they could be fallen angels. I think, as possible, in my opinion.
And that's a possibility.
All right.
I don't dismiss that.
And when did you like? I know you saw stuff, but what got you into the aliens?
I'm probably just some things that I've seen and experienced, and just stories that I've heard over the years, and it just kind of really kind of piqued my interest, and just and kind of, I don't know, and I also kind of look at, the universe. There's a lot of systems and planets and everything out there, and just to think that we are the only intelligent life in the entire universe, I think is kind of self-centered.
Yeah. It's kind of like how the ancient people thought that the sun revolved around Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Like the sun does not revolve around Earth. We revolve around the sun, and it's kind of, the same thing as far as, as a person, an individual who has that belief that the universe revolves around them. No, cupcake, it doesn't. There's more to the world than just you.
Right.
So, and I feel that's the same thing about the universe. There's more to the universe than just us.
Yeah, because I totally think that there's other life forms out there, possibly. And the other things that we talked about, too. because so many things are going on, especially like with, I think people that did psychedelics were able to tap in to some other realm, and they were able to see
Mm.
these things. And I think that although we're not supposed to see those realms, in my opinion, because it kind of messes the mind up, it's still something that the people saw. Because look, because people that don't believe in aliens, they could check out my videos or see this conversation, and basically, you know, we were studying these things to show to other people that this is going on, like the things in China, the things in the different parts of the country, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, there's definitely more out there. It's not just empty space. And I believe also that there are planets out there that have life forms on it that are less advanced than we are.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you've got it. I think it's goes that spectrum goes both ways. I believe there are planets out there that are, as far as technology goes, are more advanced than we are. There's planets out there that may be on the same level as we are, and there are planets out there where the people are less advanced than we are, that they may be, what we were 1,000 years ago, you know.
Yeah.
So there may even be planets out there where they're still living in caves, They haven't discovered fire yet, you know.
Yeah. And so, do you think there are probably aliens out there that are primitive, more primitive, like, or not as advanced as us?
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And they would if we had a way to get to them, they would freak out about us.
Like with the people the natives we were talking about earlier, and like those different parts of the world.
Mhm. Oh yeah, definitely. That talking about that, where they're throwing spears and rocks and stuff at the drones because they're freaking out. They don't know what it is. They've never seen that before,
Mm-hmm.
and so they think it's something threatening.
Right.
And I think that's what it is with us, these more advanced species that come here. We've never seen it before. We don't know what it is. What is it? It's human nature to be frightened of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
That's just human nature. That's ingrained in us. It's in our DNA to be afraid of afraid or cautious of the unknown,
Mm-hmm.
which is a good thing, because that's what keeps us going. That's what keeps us alive. To say, okay, this is something I don't know what this is, so I'm going to be careful. So, and there's
Mm-hmm.
nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, don't turn tail and run until you know what this is. Is this good or bad? Is this thing good or bad? If you automatically think it's something bad and turn tail and run, you might be running from something that's completely harmless.
Mm-hmm.
And then now you look kind of silly for that,
Right. Right. And also, there's a lot of people that, I think that the thing, that don't understand these things, and I think that the people that don't, so that the people that don't understand these things, they're just not all, they're focused on other things, like with their lives, the things in society, and when they ignore these things that are very important that we're focusing on. And I think the story you're telling me about where you had these sightings where you had these it was like by an airport, but it was going in the opposite direction. I thought that was a very interesting story.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that was with the orbs last year. So
Yeah.
yeah, because I live on the west side of the city, and the airport is way out on the east side of the city. Where these lights, when I saw the first couple of them, they were coming from the south, headed north.
Hmm.
And then, and at first, honestly, at first when I saw the first one or two, because there was like a total of 5 of them,
Hmm.
but when I saw, and they weren't together at first. So I saw one, and then I saw another one, and I just, saw it out of my window, and I thought, oh, somebody's just shooting off some Roman candles or something, because that's my neighborhood. That's kind of common, people shooting off fireworks and Roman candles and stuff like that. But then when I started looking, no, that's not Roman candles.
Hmm.
And then next thing I know, here comes the third one joining with them. And by that time, that's when I'm getting up and I'm going outside and I'm looking out, looking outside. And then here comes they're going across,
Hmm.
the 3 of them. And then I see a 4th and 5th one coming across, and like they're kind of going kind of fast, like they're trying to catch up.
Hmm.
And then when they did finally catch up, there were 5 of them right in a line and traveling at the same speed, and they were kind of low, like too low to be an airplane. And they were going kind of slow. They were, they were just going too slow. And then I did see in the distance an airplane, an actual airplane, coming from the east, coming towards my direction, towards the west, which would be normal for an outgoing flight from the airport.
Hmm.
That would have been, that's a normal thing to see. These 5 red lights, a solid red. They weren't blinking, they weren't flashing, and they were individual because they were moving at individual. It was first one, then a second, then third, and then number 4 and 5 were kind of lagging behind and had to hurry up and catch up. So it was 5 individual ones.
Hmm.
And they were going south to north. That's not normal for an airplane in my area.
All right.
Because there's no reason for them to go in that direction. There's nothing for them to go in that direction. Not if they were coming out of the airport. Because if they were coming out of the airport, they would have been coming from the east. If they were going to the airport, they would have been going west to east.
Hmm.
There wouldn't be south to north. There's not for an airplane. And there was no sound, so it wasn't helicopters, because if they were helicopters, you'd have heard them.
Yeah.
It was like just no sound whatsoever. And it was just...
Right.
It was weird. It was just really weird.
You may have said this, but did it make a noise or not? It was silent?
Mm-mm. It was silent, yeah, completely silent.
That would freak me out if I saw that.
Yeah, I was kind of, I don't know if I'd use the word freaked out, because I was like, oh my God, I wasn't all hysterical or anything like that, but I was kind of like, what the heck is this? What's going on? What are these things? And just like really looking around and looking, seeing if there was going to be any more coming, and kind of trying to get some bearings as far as, what their height might have been, as far as, how high in the air they might have been. And it was just, they're not that high. Like, I could almost feel like I could reach out and touch them, because my apartment, I'm on the top floor. So I kind of really felt like I could reach out and touch them. Seemed like they were that low. And then when I saw the airplane, I'm like, oh, yeah, they're definitely low, because they were lower than what the airplane was. And this is an outgoing flight, so if the airplane's taken off and they're below that level, because the airplane hasn't reached its full altitude of traveling altitude. So these things had to have been really low. And it was just, and I was just in so much in the moment, trying to figure out what the heck it was. I did not think, and I kicked myself every day for it, I did not think to grab my phone and record it.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since then, I kind of, every time I see something at nighttime, every time I see something out the window flashing, I'm looking and seeing, are they back? Is it them again? Because I'm ready for my phone next time.
Mm-hmm. So, that's good. I remember another thing that I learned because I like to learn different philosophies and things. One of the things that I learned from, like, Stoicism, it's called, and they were saying, like, a mistake is only a mistake if you were to keep on repeating the mistake. So as long as you learn from it and correct it again, it's not a mistake. So think of it that way, that it's okay. You still got more time. Like, if it happens again, take a video. It's all good. And I could learn from that too. I remember when Elon Musk, his the cat is in the background using a potty box in the background. But anyway, so basically, there was this time Elon Musk's spacecraft was coming to Florida and it was going to crash, and I was watching for it, and I kind of was irresponsible, and I didn't use my phone camera for either of the blue alien sighting I saw. SC Wolverines was just asking about that, or the other sighting that I saw with so I saw the rocket go down to Florida, and I took it with a bad camera, and I could show you that one in a comment later, because it's deep in my YouTube videos. You could see it, but it wasn't as good because I didn't have the good camera. Same thing with the other camera. I didn't have my phone on me, so I didn't have a good video of the blue light in the sky. Now I go outside with the tablet when I see ABL, and well, I'm not even outside anymore. I just go inside now. But yeah, I had the phone and the tablet, so now things are different. I could catch it better, so I learned from that. But I've had experiences where I saw something crazy and I didn't take a video of it either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also kind of wondered too, when I saw those lights. My first thought I wondered about was if it was, speaking of Elon Musk, if it wasn't that what's his space station thing? SpaceX or something like that. Yeah. I kind of wondered at first, when I first saw it, if that's what it was. But then the more I looked at it, it was just like, no, there's no way, because it wouldn't be that low. And then actually, now that I stop and think about it, I recall I have seen SpaceX once before. And it was like way, way, way up there. And it's like a line, because I remember that it's a line, but it's white dots.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, kitty. I hear the kitty in the background.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember, now that I stop and think about it, speaking of SpaceX, I have seen that once.
Mm-hmm.
And this definitely was not SpaceX.
Yeah. And also, What do you think about how there's so many things that are going on with the, like, and I do think that there could be some experiments with our own technology that are going on, and I think that that is very interesting. That it could also be things from SpaceX, or it could be something from space.
See, that's the thing. That's where it's kind of hard because I remember, I'm old enough to remember the stealth the stealth bomber, which I'm sure you've
Mm-hmm.
heard about, and even people in the chat have heard about, and everything. Because now it's kind of more of a common knowledge thing now. But
Mm-hmm.
way back when, they were experimenting with this the stealth, and at the time, because people were seeing strange lights, they were hearing strange noises because they were experimenting with it out. So I think it was in Arizona or Nevada, someplace like that, but out in the desert, out away from populated areas. But they still had people in rural areas that were reporting, seeing strange lights and hearing strange noises and what
Mm-hmm.
is this and everything. And of course, the military was like, we don't know nothing about it. Not us. We don't know anything about it. And, of course, now you got there are a bunch of tinfoil hats. There are a bunch of,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
smoking something or whatever. Well, then it turned out, years later when they unveiled the stealth bomber, it
Mm-hmm.
turns out that they did finally come out and admit that the reports that these people were saying was test flights and where they were experimenting from, but they couldn't say it at that time because it was top secret. So it does kind of make me wonder, too, about some of these things that we might be seeing, that maybe they're just military, that they're, experimenting with stuff, and they just can't say that that's what it is because it's top secret. But at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
some of this stuff is like, there's no way it's military. There's no way it's coming from this earth.
Yeah. Uh, you've been hearing a lot of strange noises tonight because you've been talking to me. um, yeah, and basically, yeah, 'cause I think in general that my friend that I talked about that I went to school, we got a visitor right here. Little cats tell me hello, and so basically, when him and I were hanging out, he told me one time at his place at the North Shore, there was this a towel. I mean, some clothes flew off the bed, and it hit the
Mm-hmm.
wall. And he said that that there's something supernatural going on. He was telling me, and also, you know, that's an example of something supernatural my friend saw. One time some toilet paper slammed against the wall in the bathroom. It's like, so he had a lot of occurrences, and we both had like weird alien dreams. Like my biggest encounter is the alien dreams I've had, and there was these dreams of like I would see the Greys, and like they were kind of weird, and other aliens, and I've had lucid dreaming of people and things, and so basically it was wild, and it was creepy, and my friend had this dream. I'm taught the same friend that the Greys are looking at him through a TV screen, like they're studying him because he told me they love to study people.
Hmm.
That's something they're known for, is studying. They're like, that is true. Whatever they are, I don't think they're good, but they are like scientists. That is correct. And they were
Yeah.
like, I had a dream one time, like I was calling on ABL Live, and some aliens were like looking at me through a glass. I'm like, this is kind of strange. And I'm being studied watching
Hmm.
ABL. Like I've had dreams about on ABL Live, and like I'll hear it everywhere, like his voice like everywhere, echoing everywhere, but I don't know where it's coming from. And I'm talking to him, but I don't know how it's working. So, like, as I got older in YouTube, like, I've had different dreams about being on YouTube since I was on for so long.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Hmm.
Do you think it's possible that these dreams you're having are actually repressed memories?
That's possible. You know, I'm not that familiar with that. You could tell me what you know about it.
So, a lot of times, and also on top, I did before I go into that, I also just want to say that I've heard theories about alien abductions where the aliens have the technology to like erase your memory so you don't remember being abducted.
Hmm.
But a lot of times that it doesn't completely work. So, so that's the where the dreams and the repressed memories
Hmm. Hmm.
where it's there, it's in your mind, but it's not coming out. And then a lot of times it'll be, your dream, your subconscious is trying to tell you to remember this event. And I actually had that for years. When I was a child, I had reoccurring nightmares of being stung by a swarm of bees.
Hmm.
And then it wasn't until probably like my late teens or something, I mentioned it to my mother about having, for years and years, I had this reoccurring nightmare. And when I told her about it, she says, no, that actually happened to you when you were a baby, when I was a toddler, when I was probably about 2 or 3 years old, that I was out in the backyard and playing with a stick or something, and I guess I hit a beehive or something like that with the stick, and all these bees came out and started stinging me. She's like, no, that actually happened to you. So I had been having this reoccurring nightmare for years about it, thinking it was just a nightmare, but really what it was a repressed memory. This was something that I was too young to actually remember to retain as a memory, but it was still there. It was still in my mind. And so that was the only way that my brain, and that's how repressed memories are, that's the only way that the person's brain can get that message to you is through dreams and through, like reoccurring dreams through your subconscious. It's got to go through your subconscious to try to get to your conscious mind.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense to
So
me.
that's how repressed memories work. Yeah.
And also, they had these. Because I think that probably happened, and I don't remember. Same thing with my friend, and it would make sense that basically because I would have those dreams of the aliens, and that must be what it is in my friend, and it would make sense that and then we fought against it, and he's real reclusive, and he I haven't heard from him in 2 years. I'm the one that brought this all to the internet. And yeah, I do agree with you. I think it's probably a repressed memory.
Yeah. I think so. I think it's just something that happened to you, and at the time, either you were too young to comprehend it, or it's something that you,
Hmm.
I don't want to say intentionally, but something that you wanted to, something happened, that experience you wanted to forget.
Hmm.
So you blocked it out.
Right. And
And now that you know, but it's still there. And so subconsciously, when you're asleep at night, it's like, hey, hello, hey, I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
tell you something. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that's just
Yeah.
your brain is just trying to say knock knock, hello. You remember when this happened? You know.
And a lot of the, people that had alien incidences and abductions, like they had it through dreams and stuff. And that's one of the things that I do recall from a lot of these alien, that they only remembered fractions of it, and then it was like brought to them later.
Mm-hmm.
And because like people remember being on spaceships and stuff, and now that's why like I feel it's important to expose the aliens and things. And I
Yeah.
remember when I was young, I was always interested in aliens and different stuff, and I'm glad that I doing the Lord's work and we're talking about it and discussing it, because that's what I'm glad that you're able to come on, because the other night we had Dark Meta and a couple other people, and another caller the other night said about how the Greys are fallen angel descendants, like the Nephilim, and they were placed in those bodies because they couldn't go to heaven or hell, something like that. And SC Wolverines could correct me if I'm wrong about that one, because it was his friend. But what do you think about that one? That they could be like spirits of some other like evil being that was put in there.
Hmm. I could see that. I mean, that's something I never considered before,
Me neither.
but that does make sense. That is a possibility.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what one of the other callers were talking about. And Dark Meta he was a good call. But he was like saying about why would they be interested in us, and like there's something like the demons were interested in us because they're jealous of us, like some of the haters that were trying to come over earlier in the chat. But basically that could have something to do with it. That it has to do with those people, and you know, and that they're interested in this one little speck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't really answer that as far as why they're so interested in us. That's something I can't answer. They see us as some sort of resource of some sort.
Mm-hmm. And uh, do you have cats?
Yes, I've got three.
Oh yeah. What are their names? Now,
Archer, Tucker, and
yeah, and I have right now Bubbles is on my lap.
Bubbles. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, mine are sleeping at the moment.
Yeah, and it's like, and I think I remember my friend told me. He told me like if I ever went on the internet with this, people would be like some people would troll me, but it's alright because I got many more people that are on my side about it. And I think with trolls, I feel sorry for them, because they just have bad lives and they don't feel they're able to do what like I was able to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Internet trolls. A lot of times, I think they just want to they just need attention.
Yeah. I remember.
They're not getting enough attention at home, so they got to turn to the internet for attention.
Yeah, I hope they could. Things go better for them though. But yeah, so I think
Yeah.
and I'm glad that had you on here to discuss this because I remember when I was texting you on one of the comments, and it was like you wrote these nice little
Mm.
paragraphs, and I write this one giant truckload of letters.
Uh, yeah, I mean, no, it's fine. It's good the way you were, writing. It didn't bother me or anything like that. I don't know. I just my format. Most people, and like I think I said, I made in one of the comments that most people do write like a one paragraph, a single paragraph, long one or something like that, because of people have gotten used to platforms and stuff like that, and comment sections, and so to save space, that's the way a lot of people write in order to save space.
Mm-hmm.
And so I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's all good. I don't know. I just if it's a platform where number of characters don't matter, yeah, I'll separate it into paragraphs. But then if you got other platforms like Twitter or something like that, where it's you're limited to
Mm-hmm.
how much you can type, then yeah, it's just one. you know, I got to cram in what I got to say into this amount of space. So I try to be a little more careful about how much space I use.
Oh, right, right. And I think that's a very good point, because like there are a lot of things like with the texting and stuff on the messages. Now I usually write the long, big ones, but I do like the paragraph ones also. And do you think that now with a social, what do you think of social media? Like, do you think it's like good or bad or what?
I think it's what people make it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it's good in the sense that you can get information
Mm-hmm.
from other perspectives and other parts of the world that before the internet you probably wouldn't have access to. um I mean, before the internet we had to rely on finding, if you wanted to know what was happening in another part of the world,
Mm-hmm.
you would turn to the news, the television news, and they might not, they might not have the story, depending on what it is you're looking for. Uh, they might not have the story, or they might, just say for time constraint or whatever, they might, touch something, maybe give a little 1 minute attention to it or something like that, and not really go into full blown details.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the internet, if you want to know what's going on in another part of the world and you want full details, well, you could pull up many different sources. You didn't have, before the internet, your source was your local news
Mm-hmm.
or your local newspaper. Well, now with the internet, well, I can pull up, USA Today. I could pull up New York Times. I could pull up a paper from that particular country. I could pull up Sky News in Australia or something like that. Or get this news station over in England or something and get different, get more of a full picture. So I think it's good in that sense. And also it's good in the sense of bringing people together, like you and I talking right now. If it wasn't for the internet, neither one of us would know that the other existed.
Facts.
And so and it's something that to share common ideas and get have discussions about things, and get different perspectives from different people. So I think it's good in that sense, but I think it's bad in the sense of trolls, for one thing. Because you've got people out there, like I said, they don't get enough attention at home or whatever, so they got to turn to the internet to get attention, and some of them can just be very hateful, say the most awful, hurtful, disgusting things that if they were probably talking to you face to face, they probably wouldn't be saying. So it kind of, people just don't seem to have a filter anymore. People lost that ability to say, I probably shouldn't be saying this. And and I also think it's bad in a sense of people spend a little too much time on the internet when they should be doing other things, i.e. their jobs. Like, I cannot stand, it infuriates me. I go into say a McDonald's or something like that, and I'm standing at the register, I want to order, and there's 5 people standing there with their noses in their phones. Hello, excuse me, customer here, can you take my order? Oh, yeah, I'll be with you. Hold on. Get your damn nose out of your phone and do your job. I'm sorry, I just showed my age right there, but that's how I feel about it. So I think it's bad in that kind of sense. It's just like,
It's like, they lack, self-esteem in themselves, and they didn't put in the effort and stuff like I did, and they're not at the top, and because they have hate. And remember, one of our friends that's not in the chat right now, she's taking care of her mom, Georgia Peach. Shout out to her. She was saying that
Georgia Peach, yeah, definitely.
And she was saying that
she's on ABL too, isn't she?
Yes. And
yeah, that's what I thought. I knew that. I knew that name.
And she was telling me how people hate on me, especially because I'm just 25 and I'm very wise for my age.
And you know what? I mean, God bless. I mean, you 25 and you have this much wisdom. I think there will be more people out there that would probably have that kind of wisdom if they applied. And that's the other thing too that I think makes the internet bad too, is they don't apply what they're looking at, what their research, or not even research it, but just the way that they use the internet. They're not applying it to learn something or to gain knowledge, or they're using the internet for entertainment. Which that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just, but when that's your whole purpose of using the internet is solely for entertainment, man, come on. Use it to learn something. At least take it, 10%. Even if you took 10% of your time on the internet to actually learn something, that's a positive thing. That's a step in the right direction.
Right. And
But when
yeah, my
and
uncle
I,
was saying that he has some issues. Like he was telling me, that God doesn't exist. I need to get drunk and chase people around
mm,
and whatnot. And he's telling me about like, cause I want to have a Christian life, but it's like I told him it's like I have the YouTube channel as he knew about, and I have people all over the world and the internet and of all over YouTube. Like he's talking about ladies. It's like I have ladies all over YouTube that like to talk to me. It's like I don't know what he was trying to get at, and then he just kept on messing, and he kept on about different things because we were talking about the royal family and stuff, and I am not against the queen and stuff, but he is, and because we resemble them because we're related to them distantly, and it goes back and forth. And I haven't heard from him since September, but I'm not gonna be like my dad and my uncle. I'm gonna be like my nana wanted me to be a better person than what they were,
mm-hmm.
and my
Oh yeah,
yeah.
definitely. And I mean, you gotta be yourself. You gotta be
Mm-hmm.
you. Don't try and be like your uncle or your dad or
Mm-hmm.
whoever, this person or that person. Be you.
SC Wolverines was saying he can't imagine changing names 3 or 4 times just to tell some lame jokes. The trolls, because okay, there is a troll while we were talking this whole time,
Oh yes.
and
Oh really?
yeah, the whole time, and they changed and they're like they made 3 or 4 different accounts, and they're like, is this the autism convention? Just smoke meth, and just kept on going over and over again. And SC Wolverines, a great crusader, he was able to block them out the chat.
Awesome. Thank you, Wolverine. Appreciate that.
And also, Anthony McQuaid is here. He came to say hello, and yeah, and I think that,
Hey, Anthony.
and I think basically, you know, it's important like that. I brought the idea out there, and that people know. I want to expose like a lot of the ads that I ran was about the Planet 10. It was about these alien sightings. It was for people to know and fathom what's going on here, and to do like a national survey. Like I want to know what people think the aliens are, and I want to see what people think. And I'm really glad to hear your thoughts and whatnot. And I think that it's important because my friend and I wanted this, and then I was able to do it. And because he's a good dude, but if it was up to him, he's kind of shy and stuff. He wouldn't have been able to have done this. So it takes 2 people sometimes to get something done.
Right.
Like Steve Wozniak created the Apple, and then his friend Steve Jobs did the business stuff. Like, those 2 things go together. Now, do you like sports and stuff? Like, do you like watch football and things like that?
Uh, yeah, I'm not really into that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I don't really
I
watch sports
mean,
too much, but I don't mind like talking about it or watching it sometimes.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like all into like I couldn't tell you like names of players or their stats
Right.
or anything like that.
Now, on another stream, I was
Like yeah, I'm
talking about
just not.
this. Like, yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, I'm just like not a real big sports, you know.
Hmm. Yeah. So basically, what I like to talk about is that I think that mental health is a big crisis that happened since the pandemic. Like, it caused people to have
Mm.
issues, and I think that is one of the biggest factors of the destabilization.
Well, I think a lot of with the with the C-19 stuff, the pandemic and the lockdowns and all that stuff. And that's another thing why the internet is bad, or what bad
Hmm.
part about the internet is people got bored, and that's all they had. They just had the internet to entertain them, and I don't know. They just kind of some people just kind of went off the deep end on that one. You know.
Hmm. Yeah,
So,
yeah,
and they just say, and here it is, 2 3 years later, and they just kind of haven't been able to figure out their way back from it. And I don't know if they ever will.
yeah. And especially children weren't able to develop social cues because they had those masks on their face all the time.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And I actually had a chat with someone way back. This was during the whole lockdown thing and everything, and making kids wear masks in schools and stuff. Had a chat with someone whose child, I believe was in kindergarten at the time, or preschool going into kindergarten, something like that, but was partially deaf and relied on being able to see people's lips,
Hmm.
to read lips, and to
Hmm.
see their facial expressions to get those cues from, is this person angry? Are they happy? Are they sad? To get those cues from them. And because of wearing the mask,
Hmm.
her child, she started noticing after a few months that her child was not doing so well with their communication. Even though they had limited because of being partially deaf, their communication was already limited to begin with, but it was getting worse.
Hmm.
And it was because of being forced to wear a mask and being in a classroom with all these other children and with the teacher, everybody wearing masks. So this child could not see the lips, to read their lips, to know what they were saying. They couldn't see their facial expressions to know how you're feeling or the message that you're trying to convey. So they kind of reverted back into that stage of before learning type thing. And their communication skills just got worse and worse and worse. And
Hmm.
I think it's just so sad that, especially the young children, and especially even children, toddlers who were at that stage where they were just starting to learn how to talk. There were a lot of people um, saying that their speech got stunted because of the mask, because they couldn't learn how to use their lips to make certain sounds or to make certain pronunciation of words, because that's one of the things a child, when they're a toddler, when they're learning how to talk, they're watching your lips, and they're watching how, when you make an O, how your mouth forms to make that O sound. And
Hmm.
when they can't see that, they don't know what to do.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah, I think that did a lot of harm to a lot of children.
Hmm. And also, I think that it shows society in its control, like them like controlling the people, and how they were trying to cause all this to see how well the people could do it. Like like from Germany and stuff, how they did things, and also Russia, and it was like they're trying to re-implement that like slowly over time.
Yeah. Well, my thing too is what I get so upset about is if at the beginning of all of this, you've got people now in 2023 that look back, hindsight is 2020. Um, they look back at that time and they're, oh, I'm so mad that we let this happen and da 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 da. Well, you know what? If you had listened to the ones that you were calling, uh, oh, what were they saying about us? You know what I mean. Um, but if you had listened to some of these people then, when we were saying, "Hey, this is wrong. Stand up." If everybody stood up and said, "No, we're not going to do this,"
Hmm.
if everybody stood up and said, "Huh, I'm not wearing a mask," go to the grocery store. And when they said, "Well, you got to wear a mask or you can't come in," yeah, screw you. I'm not wearing a mask and I'm coming in anyways. If you have, you know, 500 people doing that, what are they going to do? Nothing. They can't do nothing. But you got that one person who said, you can't keep me from going to the grocery store. I'm not wearing a mask, and you can't keep me from getting food. Well, then, you got one person doing that while you got 20 people in a mask. Put your mask on. Oh my God, you're going to kill us all, and da da da, and all this stuff. You know what? If those 20 people had just said, you know what, I stand with this person, and ripped their masks off and said, I'm coming in too, and I'm not wearing a mask either,
Yes.
we probably wouldn't be having a lot of the problems that we're having now.
Yes. And
And
there. Yes.
that's where something that just goes to show
Hmm.
where people are, oh gosh, how to say this, if they had tried pulling this stuff 50 years ago, oh no, it had never flown. It would not have got, no. You're telling me I can't go to work? Oh no. You're telling me I can't go to church? Oh no, that's
Yes.
not happening. You're telling me I can't go into a grocery store unless I got a piece of cloth on my face? Oh no, that's not happening. If this was 50 years ago, none of that would have happened, because the people then, that generation knew, we ain't playing this game. But now you've got the next generation. You got, these Gen Zers, that just, we'll do whatever you say, whatever you want, we'll do it. Okay, so now we've established whatever they want, we're just going to go ahead and comply. So we've already established that. What's next? Oh, you no longer own your home. You no longer own your property. Get out. It's the government's property now. Okay, we'll comply. Is that what you're going to bend down to?
Right.
And look at what countries has that happened before. It's happened before.
Oh yeah.
And in other countries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so is that the path we're going down?
Exactly. And it didn't start it little by little, and they slowly implemented it, and it's frightening to see how many people were compliant with it, and how many Karens were compliant with it, telling people to wear their masks, and
Mhm.
also I see Wolverines was saying how it's bad when the government is trying to mandate all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, and it's like, and then you have Fauci and them saying all this stuff, and it's just a bunch of nonsense. And they go specifically in the black community, and they say they have AIDS, they have this, and they have that, and
Mhm.
it's like reverse psychology, right? It's reverse psychology. That's why I call it
Yeah.
reverse racism, reverse racism, because like you're using reverse psychology to for a racist thing, but it looks like it isn't racist. Like taking all the black people off of stuff from grocery stores when all the white people are still there.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
Look, I'm going to tell you something. I am old enough. I'm old, okay?
mm-hmm.
But I'm old enough to remember the AIDS scare back in the late 70s, early 80s. And Fauci was part of that. He was the one, the front runner. He was the face of it. Just like he's face of the 19. He was the face of the AIDS scare.
Oh, really?
Where he was out there telling people, oh yeah, he was out there telling people, now listen to this and see if you hear anything familiar.
Mm-hmm.
You can get AIDS if this person has AIDS and goes to a public toilet and sits down on the toilet seat to use the bathroom,
mm-hmm.
and that person has AIDS, then you go in behind them and sit down on that toilet seat, you can get AIDS
mm-hmm.
from that toilet seat.
Mm-hmm.
If this person has AIDS and uses a public water fountain, and you go behind that person and use the same water fountain, you can get AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a family member who has AIDS, being in the same room with them, you can get AIDS.
Mm.
If you have, you can get AIDS from being in the same room with a person that has AIDS. You can get AIDS from using the telephone after a person with AIDS. You can get AIDS from shaking hands with someone who has AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how familiar does that sound to all of you young folks out there?
Oh, it sounds like the same thing, repeating itself.
Exactly. Exactly. And like I said, Fauci was the same one.
Wow.
During late 70s, early 80s, in front of the cameras, saying these things about AIDS, and he's saying the exact same thing about the C-19. And he was a laughingstock
mm-hmm.
in the scientific community for years over that. Because once it came out, because we didn't know that much about AIDS at the time, we didn't know where it came from, we didn't know how, and that was another thing too. Oh, and AIDS targets the gay community, mm-hmm. and AIDS targets the black community. Your gays and your blacks are the ones that are more highly to get it, is what he was saying at the time. Mm-hmm. Straight white people aren't getting it. Straight white people are safe. Mm-hmm. If you're straight and you're white, you're not going to get it. You're fine. Unless, of course, you're in the same room with someone with it or shaking hands with someone with it or, you know. But, so we didn't know that much about the AIDS virus at the time. And once things started coming out, that we started finding out, well, no, you can't get AIDS by shaking someone's hand. No, you can't get AIDS by using a toilet. Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
Yes. So once we found out that all this stuff that he was saying that how you can get AIDS was complete nonsense, for years he was the laughingstock of the scientific community. Now all of a sudden, how in the world did he get into the position he got into? And he's the presidential health advisor. And, oh, here we go. Here's another big, scary virus. And he's saying the same daggone thing. And that was my first thought. When I started hearing him talking and started hearing him saying, oh, 6 foot distance, and, oh, you can't be around people, and, oh, you can't shake hands with people, and, oh, you got to wear a mask, and, oh, I'm saying, boy, this is sounding like the 70s, 80s all over again. And now look, what do we have here? Oh, half of this, well, more than half of the stuff that he was saying, completely false, completely untrue. And he's, unfounded. He just pulled this stuff out of the air, where he got it from, why he thought, and how convenient for him to retire when the water started getting hot.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't hear nothing from him no more, you know?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and I think, yeah, I never heard of Fauci until all this pandemic stuff, but I'm very young.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, all that stuff was way before your time. But so yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know about that guy. I I almost kind of feel like maybe he was put in that position and rolled out like that because of his past with the AIDS, the whole AIDS thing, and knowing that he was prone to misinformation and prone to just, maybe where he got those ideas from, nobody knows. But he wanted to present it as solid, hardcore facts.
Exactly.
And so just knowing that he's prone to be like that, I kind of feel like, hey, let's put him back out here on the front, because of younger people. They're too young. They don't remember. They weren't around during that time, so they're not going to know who this guy is. They're not. So they're just going to believe him. Oh, put him in a white lab coat. Call him doctor. Well, I can't say that. He does have a doctorate. He is a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he's not a practicing physician. His whole career has been in a lab. Well, part of his career has been in a lab, and the majority of his career has been sitting behind a desk in an office. But yeah, I just feel like they put him there because they knew that, there were the younger people, they didn't know who he was, so they're just going to blindly believe him.
Mm-hmm.
And see, and there's something else too about the internet now. If the younger people, hey, you have this information right there in the palm of your hand. Why weren't you youngins looking this guy up and seeing what he's about? Why are you just blindly following him? We had an excuse back in the 70s and 80s to blindly follow him because we didn't have the internet and we didn't know any better. We just thought, okay, he's a scientist. He knows what he's talking about, But these days, you guys have the internet. You got it right there in the palm of your hand. Look this guy up and see what he's about, And then once you see what he's about, you can say, why am I listening to this guy?
Mm-hmm.
What? He's not a trustworthy person,
Right. I totally agree.
So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. So basically, that's a very good point you had. I had some idea that Fauci was doing some stuff that was nefarious from his past, and I heard a lot about that. And I think that it's like the same thing they did before they did now, and it just kept on going over and over again. And I think that, and they somehow were able to hide him, and then he came back, and we have this internet and all, and nobody really looked into him to see who he was. So there really definitely is a dumbing down of America, as they say.
Yes. definitely. And that's I don't know if you ever watch on YouTube is it Turning Point? I think is the name of it, or Conservative something. Well, anyways, where they go on like college campuses and stuff, and they ask these college kids, they ask them questions that should be common knowledge, should be easy to answer, but these college kids, they don't know. I'm talking like, where's the Queen of England from?
Yeah. Yeah.
When was when was the Declaration of Independence signed? 18 something.
Hmm.
I mean, but by God, they could tell you the name of every Kardashian. They can tell you the latest. They can tell you LeBron James stats from the last 5 years. They can tell you when the next newest, biggest video game is about to be released. But they can't answer basic, simple questions. And like you said, it's a dumbing down of America.
Yeah, and I remember there's this guy called Mark Dice. You should check him out. He's on YouTube, and he'll go up to them and say, like...
Comedian?
You see...
Oh, no, that's Andrew Mark Dice Clay, yeah.
Atomic Tabasco did the same thing. When I was telling her about Mark Dice, she said the same guy, but it's not him. It's the dude...
Yeah.
It's this dude on YouTube, and he's in California. He tells the people, he says, hey, when did Karl Marx and Sean Hannity write the Declaration of Independence? And they say, like, 1853.
Wait a minute. First off, 1776. But first off, Sean Hannity, wait a minute. Huh? And Karl Marx, what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And they say, like, he said, what?
I think I might have seen that guy. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I might have seen that guy because his name, yeah.
And
there's a few of them out there that do that. There's several of them out there, but yeah, I mean, Sean
Hannity and Karl Marx.
That right there should have.
And then
Oh my Lord,
it gets better. It gets better. He says, like, so when did what country did America break off from? And they said Australia.
Oh my Lord, have mercy. Oh God.
And somebody said Africa.
Oh my Lord.
And then one other time he said Martin Luther King Jr. just died today. It was like 2019, and they were saying, what are your thoughts about the civil rights leader? And they're like, wow, they felt devastated, and they hope to see his funeral. I'm not. This is what the people in California are like.
Oh my Lord.
In LA, that's what they. That's all.
And I guarantee you, that person is one of those.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
Oh, Black Lives Matter, and this, that, and, I guarantee you, they're one of those type people. But you don't even know that Martin Luther King Jr. died back in the freaking 60s.
Yeah.
I think don't quote me on the year. I want to say 63, maybe 62.
All right, so
yeah, look that up.
He died on April 4th.
Well, I certainly know it wasn't
1968.
68. Okay, well, I know it wasn't 2019. That's for sure. I couldn't quote you the exact year, but it sure as heck wasn't 2019. Oh, my Lord.
Right. And also,
I mean,
yeah, go on.
I was going to say I could get these ones like they get them on the what time is it? Show them an analog clock. I get that. The younger generation doesn't use analog clocks that much. I think you guys should learn.
Hmm.
I think that should still be taught in school, how to read an analog clock. Because, I mean, if your power goes out or something like that, having an analog clock might be handy. You got a power outage for a few days, but which has happened. I've been through it, 8 days.
Mm.
But so like certain little things I could sort of kind of understand. Rotary phones. Yeah, I understand. Younger people aren't going to know how to use that because it's not used anymore. I get that. Things like basic math. Oh my gosh, I saw one. If you were born 10 years ago today, how old would you be now? And they would come up with 15. Let's see, well, it's 2023 and 10 years ago today, and well, I would be, and they would try to come up with these things, like try to, what their age are now. Well, let's see, I'm 19 now, so 10 years ago I'd have been 9 years old, so I would have been 9. It's like, no, you were born 10 years ago today. How old would you be now? They could not comprehend 10.
Mm-hmm.
Or basically, like, perfect example. I forget where I went. But anyways, I put in cash, and my change was like so many dollars and 43 cents. Well, she did good with the dollars part. But when it came to 43 cents, she had to give it to me in 4 dimes and 3 pennies because she could not figure out a quarter, a nickel, a quarter, a dime, a nickel, and 3 pennies would equal 43 cents.
Oh my God.
She had to do 4 dimes,
Mm-hmm.
10, 20, 30, 40. I'm like, why can't you give me, a quarter, a dime, a nickel, and 3 pennies?
Right. Right.
So it's like something like that, basic giving back change. Can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm. I know. It just so many people in the school system. It causes people to get dumbed down, and I mean, I think that people somewhat because of the technology made things easier, and also they didn't know how to do this stuff beforehand, and it caused all these problems. Like I just think it's entertaining to watch what happens over there in California and stuff, and it just shows you like those people are voting.
God, and that's scary.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
Yeah.
And they're voting what they're told to vote.
Right.
Like I saw, this was back during the last election, with the whole thing about, Trump's a racist and Trump's, a criminal and Trump's this, Trump's that, and Biden is basically being held up as, the perfect saint and, never does wrong or anything like that. But this guy's going through and he's saying, let's play a game, who said this? And then he'd say a quote, was it Trump or was it Biden? And he'd, make quotes about, one of the good ones, I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Trump or Biden? Oh, that was Trump. That Trump said that. Trump's a racist. And then he'd actually showed them, the video, the clip. Oh, Biden said that.
Mm.
What? And then he's, okay, so what was another one, talking about, oh, if you're caught with a piece of crack the size of a quarter, you should go to jail for, what was it, like 10 years, 15 years, something like that. Oh, that's Trump, yeah, Trump, that'd be something he would want to do. He wants to put everybody in jail. Oh, that was Biden. Biden said that. And those people guarantee still voted for Biden. Guarantee they still voted for Biden. Even after it was put in their face, all these things that Biden has said and his policies that he signed into and all of that, they still voted for him because it's what they were told to vote for. And they cannot believe, they cannot fathom that this guy is, that he's not
Mm-hmm.
he's not a saint. He's not. They can't understand. They cannot fathom that. They think that he is the perfect person, walks on water, the whole 9 yards. And trying to tell them anything different, they don't want to hear it. They can't. They're not going to believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So
totally
I
agree.
got a question.
What?
Are we the only two up anymore? I was going
Okay.
to say, are we the only two up still talking? Or
So,
the chat's probably like, I'm going to bed.
all right. So, SC Wolverine stayed the whole time, and just a couple moments ago, he went off, and he wanted me to thank you for your call. He really,
Okay.
really liked your call. Your call is amazing.
Oh, well, thank you.
You really do great. And also, I mean, and I like doing it like this. This is one of the ways because the sometimes like ABL has so many callers, and I do think calls could last
Yeah.
longer. They could last a little bit longer, and yeah, this is just I like doing these kind of calls. I will do them like a couple different versions of this, but this is the ones I like to do sometimes as well. And Anthony McQuaid is still in chat, and he said it's easier to fool people than it is to convince them that they have been fooled.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hmm.
That's Mark Twain, I do believe.
Yeah, he was cool, Mark Twain.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and
And
yeah, and so
yeah, I didn't mean to just totally dominate your night or anything like that. I just
no,
originally called in because you asked about that
oh no, the whole time
my
I was trying to
experience with the spirits. And
I was trying to get you in earlier than that, and then you finally got the idea that I was trying to get you in. Like, and I remember it was like,
yeah,
anybody could call in, and I had the thing open, and nobody was there, and then you were like, oh yeah, and no, because I like it like this. I like how it goes down this rabbit hole of different topics and things, because it all has to do with the main topic. It's different branches of the same thing, and
right.
I like when my friends and I like theorized how this would work. It would be about all kinds of different stuff, and it would go into different things, and people can vent, and this is what it's the real thing right here. And there could have been other callers, but they didn't want to come in, and I'm not opening the lines up for trolls. They're not welcomed on the lines,
Yeah,
and also because this time I was gonna have some callers, but they weren't able to come this time because they had to take care of stuff. But yeah, so no, you didn't. I had you on. I wanted you on here for the time that you're on here.
okay, that's awesome. I see. I don't like really call in. Like you notice, I really don't call in like on ABL or anything like that. Like I don't even attempt to try to call in because I kind of like get a little nervous and stuff like that, and like
Hmm.
kind of don't really know what to say sometimes. And then like other times, like now, like I just kind of sometimes ramble, and I know
Yeah.
especially somebody like ABL does not have time for that.
Hmm.
you know and
Right.
then and then too it's like sometimes I get like a little like scattered, like in my mind I know what I want to say, but trying to get the words out is like, like brain and mouth does not work together sometimes.
Mm.
So yeah, so I get kind of like nervous about, like calling and stuff like that,
Right.
like on these type of things like this. So, but no, you've been like really cool and everything, like, really good questions, and
Thank you.
sometimes just let me just sort of like just say, try and get out what I needed to get
Hmm.
out and everything. So, and just kind of, like, giving me a minute or something if I needed it or
Hmm.
whatever. So you've been like really great with that and everything.
Well,
So
thank
I
you.
really appreciate that.
Yes, Anthony McQuaid said your call was great. Everybody like that was here, and people that will see this stream like in a couple hours, that will see the reruns throughout the days, they will like your call too, because there's people that like will watch it later,
Oh,
and they will keep on doing it. Yeah, you've been, and I do this intentionally because I'm kind of crazy, and I like to hear what you all have to say, and whoever calls in, and they could, because I'm able to do this, and I want these things to go through. Earlier, my mom was in the chat, and she, and she likes the YouTube stuff I do.
oh wow, awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And do you want to know the time we were talking, the minutes, how long it's been?
Oh, I think I already know. We've been in probably about 4 or 5 hours now.
Yes, 238 minutes.
Cause let's see, what time is it? Oh,
Well,
going on 4 hours, 3 hours, 58 minutes.
yeah. Now,
Holy crap!
also, I'll see you at ABL if you're going there in a couple hours, whenever he does live.
Yes.
Your call was marvelous. It really was enchanting, and I do want you to call in again in the future, and I'll do Fridays and Tuesdays. You can come in on Fridays, and okay. So do you have any final things you want to say?
Um, no, nothing I could really think of. Like I said, it's been great chatting with you. You did great with, your interviews, your questions and
Mm-hmm.
everything. So, it's just been an awesome night. I just
Yeah, I'm glad that made your night good.
normally I tell you I'd have been in bed long time ago, but you're just talking to you has just been so um oh, how to say, the word I'm looking for, it's just been so engrossing that,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even really notice the time going by.
Right.
The conversation was just excellent, and, so it was just a really good call and really good chatting with you and everything.
Yeah.
So, and when, come on up to Ohio.
Yes. Yes, I will. And we'll see
Come
that.
see the Serpent Mound.
Yes. Yes. And I enjoyed the conversation, and because I was asking you questions and stringing you on this thing, and the different questions and stuff, and like my friends and Georgia Peach, she like was like, I could do these like interviews and things, and then other friends came up with it too, and then like this is it being played out. Yeah, well, thank you for calling into the show, and looking for it for next time. Okay, bye.
All right, have a good one. You have a good night.
All right. Well, this was an amazing night, and I can make things brighter, actually. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go to somewhere so I get lighter. Okay, so I'm thankful for all of you that are watching, that are seeing this replay. If you all made it this far into the stream, and Anthony McQuaid, I sure will say hi to Georgia Peach for you, and she will definitely be seeing this. She, yeah, I will, and she likes watching these replays, and she enjoys all of you. And all right, so I am going to Anthony McQuaid. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you coming by, and everybody that called in and participated. Shout out to my mom, and people that support me, and hopefully the trolls can things can go better in their lives. And yeah, I just wanted to tell you all I appreciate every single one of you, and thank you all for everything that all the support. And I will, Anthony McQuaid. I will definitely watch those videos. And thank you for reminding me about that. Alright? And that's all I have to say. And you all could watch the replay of this. And thank you. And have a good morning, everybody.